a simple bill. Currently, community college funding is based in part on a calculation using the number of full-time equivalent students, that's FTES, enrolled in classes early in the term. SB 1143 requires the community college boards of governors to calculate FTES using the average active enrollment in a course at the 1/5 point and at course completion. The board would include weighting factors in its rules and regulations to ensure that districts have an incentive to enroll students from demographic groups with historically low rates of course completion. Any decrease in a district's FTES due solely to this new calculation method would not result in a reduction in the general appropriations made to that district prior to the 2012-13 fiscal year. Members, those entering the community colleges to seek a degree, as opposed to those who seek remediation or enrichment, only 29% complete a certificate or a degree or transfer to a university within 7 years of enrolling. The point of SB 1143 is to boost the completion rates for community colleges courses by 50%, which should lead to higher completion rates for certificates and degrees. We know increasing four-year degree completion rates is important to California's economic future and return on investment in higher education. But increasing community college degree and certificate completion rates will also help build an economically productive labor force. Community college students who earned a vocational degree or certificate in 2003-04 saw their wages jump over 100%, from about $26,000 a year to over $57,000 a year 3 years after earning their degree. I know there's concern over how the colleges can dedicate resources to improving completion rates in the face of severe budget cuts. But I think this is an important, but I think it is important to keep creative discussion going on on how to do a better job of preparing students for their future and for the future of the state.
Okay, let's hear from witnesses in support. And again, too, in this committee, we are limiting to 2 witnesses in support and 2 in opposition, no more than 3 minutes each. We have a very heavy schedule today.
Absolutely. Good morning, committee, senators. My name is Alma Salazar, and I'm Vice President of Education Workforce Development for the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, and also sponsors of Bill SB 1143. As you can imagine, the business community shares in our concern regarding the completion rate of our community college students. We, of course, understand the economic constraints that our higher ed system is facing. And, of course, as you know, we are strong proponents of continued investment in our higher education system. But that also must be coupled with identifying innovative strategies in which we can increase our completion rates. We know from years of organizational behavior that the system is created right now to respond to mechanisms by which it's being held accountable to. We feel that by being able to incorporate both looking at enrollment and looking at course completion will incentivize our community college systems to be able to ensure that more young adults are not only increasing their access to the community college system, but are also completing at greater rates that, of course, will continue to provide us not only the skilled and qualified workforce that we need for our businesses, but also, more importantly, that they're continuing to contribute to the local economy in a productive way. We understand that there are some concerns, and we understand, given the current economic climate, as stated in the bill, the provision would not take effect until 2012, 2013, with the understanding that hopefully by then there is an increase in revenues and that we've recovered from this very difficult recession. And again, looking at opportunities in which we can not only look at access, but also look at completion and being able to incentivize the system to be able to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. Other witnesses in support? Witnesses in opposition? Questions from the committee? Well, Senator Liu, as a member of the committee, you've probably read the analysis very carefully. I agree with the emphasis and the thrust of the bill, and I want to give it an affirmative vote to move it forward. This is the first policy committee today. There have been a number of questions, of course, raised regarding whether or not this is the right time to do this, although we ask that about every bill, it seems. I would like for you to address, though, the questions on especially, is there a way to maybe craft the formula, especially in light of Proposition 209, if there is some perhaps unintended consequence of discouraging the community colleges from enrolling certain students who may historically have had longer times, whether it's for work-related issues, to be able to complete their course of study. Could you address that issue?
Well, I would be happy. You know, this is of concern to all of us because we want to ensure that our young people get an opportunity to be successful in school, and yet we want to be successful, we want to ensure success in higher education for all of our kids. Let me just say that I am more than willing to continue to work on those issues as the bill moves forward. It is of great concern that we don't, quote, want to leave anybody behind, and I'm happy to continue to work on these issues with folks with the opposition.
Okay, we have heard this concern for quite some time,
Yes.
and I think it's about time that the legislature does address it.
Right.
I look forward to working with you on
Absolutely.
this issue. We have not yet established a quorum, but when we do, I have no doubt that either you or I will move the bill. All right? And Senator Liu, I'm going to ask you to pause for a moment.
Sure.
Senator Steinberg, our pro tem, is here, and we'd like to accommodate his schedule. Senator Steinberg, please step forward. And Senator Steinberg has file item 5, Senate Bill 974. Welcome, Senator Steinberg.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for taking me early this morning on Senate Bill 974. The motivation for this important piece of legislation is twofold. Number one, we need, in my view, to bring the model career technical education programs that we highlight around the state to scale. And there's not just one strategy or one way to go about doing that. But certainly one of the impediments to increasing the scope and breadth of career technical education is figuring out how to form sustained partnerships between business, especially small business, and public educators and public schools. Because these programs only work well, in my view, if they're seen as sort of a continuum, where business is involved in helping to develop applied curriculum, where there are internships for students, and the potential of a career pathway. So that's one impetus for the bill. The other, which is more of a rev and tax issue, but since it is before, the entire bill is before the committee today, I want to mention it. Our obligation to review and to evaluate the efficacy of our existing tax credits. We don't sunset them generally, and they kind of roll along, if you will, without us looking at whether or not they're actually working. And what this bill does, and maybe one of the first efforts to try to legislate in this way, it says that in order to fund this tax credit, to incentivize businesses to get involved in a sustained way with career technical education, that we need to pay for it. And we suggest paying for it by not eliminating the enterprise zone tax credit, but by looking at some pieces of the enterprise zone tax credit that don't work, that have been shown to not work, specifically two provisions, namely allowing businesses to claim the tax credit retroactively 4 years after they've actually hired an employee, and secondly, to allow a business to claim the tax credit for hiring someone within a, quote, distressed area, even if the employee themselves was not does not qualify under any low-income criteria. So this good idea, I think great idea, We seek to pay for it within the bill itself by offsetting the cost by trying to fix some aspect of the enterprise zone program. We have most importantly, a number of key witnesses here who can talk about what happens on the ground and why this tax credit itself is a potential impetus, light a spark, if you will, to expand career tech ed. We have Terry Kearney, who's a small business owner in and around the defense industry, and Sean Lozier, who's the director of the Office of College, Career, and CTE at San Diego Unified, to give their opinion as to why this new tax credit, paid for, will help our kids.
And Senator Steinberg, I would be interested in adding on as a co-author if amendments are made at some point in the future. There's no opposition, so the witnesses, I think there's a general favoritism towards the idea and intent. It is a work in progress given to meet the fiscal needs of the deadlines. So I'm going to ask you just to be very brief. Do we have a quorum? One moment. Call the roll, please.
Romero?
Here.
Romero here. Huff? Here. Huff here. Alquist? Hancock? Lou here. Maldonado? Price here. Smidian? Weiland here. You have a quorum.
Okay, a quorum is established. Witnesses 2, briefly, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Sean Lozier. I'm the director of the Office of College, Career, and Technical Education for the San Diego Unified School District, where we provide services to over 30 high schools and 26,000 career technical education students. I'm here to speak in favor for the district as for SB 974, which provides new fiscal incentives for business and industries to invest in our public schools. We believe that it will come forth and allow for a more robust system to support businesses coming in, particularly in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and math, with technology and engineering being represented inside of career technical education. I'd like to dedicate the majority of time to hearing directly from one of our small business partners, Mr. Terry McKerney, who sits on a number of local committees on the subject of STEM, but also represents the vast majority of businesses inside of San Diego, which are small businesses. So I'll yield to Terry.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning. My name is Terry McKerney. I'm a retired naval officer, and I own a small business in San Diego that provides analytic services to the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security. In other words, I'm a defense contractor. I was asked to take a look at this bill based on the provisions of the bill and supporting what Sean has referred to as STEM. We in the defense industry have a demographics employment problem. Within the next 5, 6, 7 years, the majority of our workforce, the scientists and engineers who work in the defense industry, are going to reach retirement age. In terms of numbers, about 70% of that workforce, either government or in the defense industry, come from the baby boomer generation or even older. And of course, they're going to be wanting to retire within the next couple of years. If you take a look in the other direction at our children, the Generation X and Y kids, for the most part, they have not gone into the technical fields. Only about 30% of them have gone into the kind of career fields that we need to support the STEM disciplines to support our defense base. So from industry's perspective, we want to grow that future workforce, so we've taken a look down the road to the millennials and to what we need to do to get involved with as an industry and supporting kids of that generation into going into the STEM disciplines. So we've decided to get involved with it, and among the things we've done, for example, we formed a partnership with San Diego Unified where we work with a particular high school. I sit on the board of their College of Engineering curriculum. We also have supported some of Sean's activities in holding career fairs and so forth. The question, though, is what does industry need to do to support the growth of this future generation? And let me focus that down onto the small businesses, of which the majority of the defense industries in San Diego are. In plain fact, we'd like to get involved, but we have a hard time doing the things that this bill talks about and which we all recognize are the common sense things to do. Provide internships, bring teachers into our workplaces and show them what kind of skills we need. Send our people out to the schools to talk about the kind of things that those students need to do to become the future workforce that we're looking for. The large companies can do that because they can afford to do it. Let's be honest about that. But again, the small companies, by which a large number of us are in San Diego, don't have the extra resources to do that. So when I was asked to look at this bill, what attracted me to it was the notion that tax credits could help underwrite that for us smaller companies. So in other words, if you want us to go ahead and provide internships, you want us to put our people in the classroom as part of outreach, the recompense for that would be tax credits. And again, that's an appealing idea to us. Just let me again summarize that this is important to us because we are looking at our future generation. Be blunt about it, people like me want to retire in the next foreseeable future. And to do that, we need to grow our replacements, and so far we have not done that. It's only going to take an effort, and I call this, in a briefing I give, I call this the 21st century Sputnik, because it requires that kind of catch-up effort that we did in the late 50s, just so we can get that future workforce. This bill might help us do that.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony, and we think it's a critical issue. We appreciate the collaboration and the recognition and the stepping forth from you and all that you represent. Okay, all others witnesses just simply Me Too's.
Bob Blattner for Elk Grove Unified School District in strong support. Thank you.
Sherry Griffith with the Association of California School Administrators in strong support.
Others, please step forward.
Terry Burns on behalf of the California Association of Regional Occupational Centers and Programs in support.
Virginia Strom Martin on behalf of Los Angeles Unified School District, enthusiastically supporting the Senator's bill.
Good morning. Nancy Lacoste. I'm representing both Clovis Unified and Metropolitan Education District in strong support of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Chris Reef on behalf of State Superintendent of Public Instruction Jack O'Connell. The Superintendent has not taken a position, but has very much appreciated the invitation and the discussions as a result of this bill, and working with the Senator in this, and hopes to have the committee move it forward so that we can continue those discussions.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support? We did not receive opposition. Any opposition in the room? Senator Steinberg, you may close.
Thank you.
Oh, Senator Weiland. Briefly, Senator Weiland. Briefly.
You know, I can't let
no friends.
I can't let a bill like this go by. Thank you. No, not on this. Sorry, not on this. I'm not going to go into nurses today. Thank you. Number one. The only question I would pose, and I think it's something that we have to deal with, and I think it was exemplified by the witness, who is in a high-tech industry and talked about STEM, which is academic, science, technology, engineering, mathematics.
1 second.
Is that there are also those students, and we've had this conversation, but I think it's important to talk about it, who really don't want, they just don't want an academic career, but also need these partnerships. And throughout the rest of the world, these partnerships exist, so I hope that our ultimate goal is to provide that. For example, we've been reading a lot about Europe because of the volcanic cloud. Most of those airline mechanics, most of those people working there have not had calculus, but they provide a vital role. So I just hope as we work on this, and I appreciate all your work on it, that we also think about those kids.
And, you know, we've talked about this a lot, Senator Weiland, and I'm not sure we disagree, but it just may be just differences along a continuum here, because my belief is that rigorous academic work and applied learning, career education, are not mutually exclusive. In fact, if we make them mutually exclusive, we're making a big mistake, because we are then getting into the debate about tracking kids and what that means. The task here, and we're working very assertively with the University of California, is to really look at A to G, use our research capabilities at the University of California to develop applied curriculum that is rigorous in 10 different ways for each of those core subject matters. And learning, I think everybody is capable of a rigorous academic education, but we can do a better job being creative in terms of making sure that that rigor is applied to areas of interest that make the subject matter relevant, and that coincidentally are also the key places where people are going to, where industry is going to need educated and highly skilled workers. This is our debate.
Yeah, I'm going to support the bill today, but all I can say is there are many, many people who will work on those engines who do not want to be mechanical engineers, who do not want to take calculus, who do not want to take trigonometry, who do not want to take advanced physical chemistry. And although I like this part of it, with all due respect to the University of California, I think they are living in a parallel universe where there's a conflict there they really haven't resolved themselves. And the question I've always posed to them is, explain to me how this works in all the rest of the industrialized world, where they fill these jobs very well without that. But I support where you're trying to go, and I appreciate your efforts.
Senator Hancock.
Thank you. Great bill, Senator Steinberg. I love this bill. I have to say, this mirrors the best work in this area, I think, that's been done in the last 10 years. I've certainly worked on it for many years when I worked for the U.S. Department of Education, and I do believe that we put the two worlds together when we do career technical education well. It becomes experiential learning in the spirit of the great educational philosopher John Dewey. And you not only prepare for a job or a career in a broad interest area, but a lot of these kids get turned on to academic learning because it's through the prism of something in which they're interested. And the tax credits for internships, businesses have been asking for this for over a decade. Many businesses would participate. They would. There are ways that we can help their employees become true mentors to these young people. And what I have always heard from the students is real exposure to the world of real work can mean more as a life changer for many of them than virtually anything else we could do. So I would be happy to move the bill.
Okay, and we're going to move it to the Senate Revenue and Taxation Committee. Senator Huff.
No, we're on a short string here. I just want to say, first, I like tax credits. I think you know that, so I like that aspect of it.
That's why I did it.
Exactly, and we'd like to have a few more. I like career tech. I do share Senator Wyland's concerns, and I just speak very anecdotally. In the small town I grew up in, there are several boys in the family, very smart, couldn't test their way out of a paper bag, almost failed several times. One is one of those airplane mechanics, does a great job. One is a very high-end, top-end welder and making fabulous money. Another is building cars, and putting electronics and stuff in. All very skilled workers, but they just couldn't do the academic path. And I just want to make sure somewhere along the line we start looking at dual paths where maybe even you get a higher, you can do the A to G portion along with the curriculum, or you can do the other, because there's a need for both of those in our workplace. But I will support your bill today, and thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you very much, Senator Huff.
Secretary, call the roll. It's been moved to a rev and tax.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff?
Aye.
Huff, aye. Alquist? Hancock?
Aye.
Hancock, aye. Lou?
Aye.
Lou, aye. Maldonado? Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Simidian? Wyland? Aye. Wyland, aye. 6-0.
The bill has sufficient votes. We'll keep the roll open. Who's next?
Okay.
He's gone.
He's gone? Okay. It was Lou to finish.
Kehoe or Lowenthal? Kehoe or Lowenthal? Okay. Senator Kehoe is next, and while Senator Kehoe makes her way up, let me just acknowledge, members, today is a day of a lot of action in Sacramento. Let me begin by acknowledging that today is Denim Day. And of course, this is an annual day in which we recognize throughout the state and throughout the nation that no means no, and that sexual assault is not acceptable. Many of us are wearing denim. I happen to wear green denim because I'd like to combine it with Earth Day as well, that we're also acknowledging. As well, today you're going to see a lot of Latina women in Sacramento. It's the annual Latina Action Day, and the question of education is on top of the agenda for this year's events. Also today marks the culmination of a very long march from Bakersfield to Sacramento, fighting for the investment of funds in public education, from early childhood education to higher education. session. So I think it's going to be a day of reform and action and hopes and challenges as we go forward. So tighten your seatbelt. We're in for a rocky ride. And having said that, and one more thing too, it's also Administrative Professional Day. So congratulations as well. And if there are any other days, it's not to say that the other 364 days of the year are not one of these.
I think the Queen's
but
birthday is tomorrow.
But it takes time for us to acknowledge. Pardon, Senator Kehoe?
I think the Queen's birthday is tomorrow.
The Queen's birthday is tomorrow, and so let's just go ahead, and it's going to be a long hearing, so we may as well humor it. If you've got any more days or even minutes, go ahead and bring them up. Senator Kehoe, you have file item 15.
That is SB 1290, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for calling out Denim Day, because this bill deals with safety and women and children. In fact, SB 1290 was motivated, members, by the attacks and murders recently in San Diego of two young high school-age women in the San Diego area, Chelsea King and Amber Dubois. The physical safety of California students is an issue that has already been addressed by the State Board of Education to some extent, but 1290 seeks to expand that approach and make it statewide policy. State law currently provides school districts with the authority to offer self-defense training to students in grades 9 to 12. Some schools offer that training, some don't. Student safety is a growing concern, and in San Diego, district officials are exploring options to improve student safety and safety awareness. Bernie Reinerson is here from the San Diego Unified School District and will speak about the bill momentarily. What we have now, though, are schools only authorized to provide safety instruction in the 10th grade. Safety instruction includes awareness and avoiding dangerous situations. And for some of us on the panel, we may remember in our college days safety awareness, rape avoidance training, being aware when you're in a parking garage, in a parking lot late at night. Are you alone on the street? Is there an open business? Those kinds of techniques to be aware of what might be dangerous or how to avoid those situations. This bill will require safety awareness curriculum to be added to the self-defense training. Remember, women and children are still disproportionately victims of violent crime. This repeated training through the high school years will be one tool to help avoid dangerous situations and perhaps survive them if you are attacked. The bill, as proposed to be amended, will allow districts to provide self-defense training in grades 7 through 12, allowing for repeated training through high school, and would allow safety awareness to be incorporated. Almost 300 San Diegans have contacted me about more self-defense training in our schools. This bill is a step towards safety awareness and self-defense. I hope I have your aye vote. I'm also delighted that Weave is here to speak in support, and I'll take all those amendments. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask that. Thank you.
To be clear, Madam Chair, staff comment number 2 clarifies the bill is intended to affect adoption of physical education frameworks, not standards. Staff comment 3 removes the reference to the 2011-2012 school year and clarifies that the bill applies to the next revision of the physical education framework. And last, staff comment 4 expands the district's authority to offer self-defense and safety instruction within grades 7 through 12, not just grade 10.
Okay, accepted as author's amendments. Thank you. Witnesses in support, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. My name is Phyllis Marshall. I'm with the law firm of Manat, Phelps & Phillips, representing WEAVE, Women Escaping a Violent Environment. WEAVE is the primary provider of crisis intervention services in the Sacramento County for individuals who have experienced domestic violence or sexual assault. WEAVE is very supportive of this bill. I would like to say on a personal note, I had communicated this to Senator Kehoe probably a couple of weeks ago. I have teenage daughters. They're seniors in high school. And as a parent, one of the concerns that parents have is sending your kids off to college and making sure that they have the skill set necessary in the event that something happens. One of the things that I did this year at my expense was I enrolled my children into a private self-defense course. My kids came home and they showed me the different moves that they learned. They talked to me about safety issues. I mean, it's something that a lot of parents probably wouldn't be able to afford. I think this bill will provide that type of peace of mind, for moms and for dads sending their kids off to school, and certainly urge your strong support of this measure.
Thank you. Next witness.
My name is Bernie Reinerson. Do I have to do this? My name is Bernie Reinerson, the San Diego Unified School District. Senator Romero, members of the committee, we are here this morning to support Senator Keogh's bill. We think it's an excellent idea, something that's very needed to empower our students to have this safety awareness. San Diego, the nerves of our parents are really raw from the tragedies that we've had over the last few months, and this is one way that we can give something to our students to prepare them for these terrible situations that they might face. We appreciate Senator Keogh reaching out to our district and working with us on this, and we look forward to working with her and encouraging this committee and the legislature to move this bill forward for our kids. It's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support? We did not receive opposition. Any opposition? Questions from the committee? Senator Huff?
Senator Keogh, I'm going to support your bill, but I will say I don't see a problem with it. I know growing up, I was a 98-pound weakling. I've put on a few pounds since then. But, I think everybody, it would helpful if they know when they're in an awkward situation or a life-threatening situation to be able to defend themselves. And I don't see that being incompatible with physical education training in high school. I think just on a pure procedural process, it's probably better if the State Board of Education, who is in charge of curriculum standards, were setting it. But I'll let that go right now and support your bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so would you care to close?
As for your I vote.
All right. Is there a motion on the bill?
So moved.
So moved by Senator Liu. Secretary, call the roll.
Romero.
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff.
Aye.
Huff, aye. Alquist. Hancock.
Aye.
Hancock, aye. Liu. Liu, aye. Maldonado. Price.
Aye.
Price, aye. Simidian. Wyland.
We have enough votes.
The bill has sufficient votes. We'll keep the roll open.
Thank you, members.
Thank you. Senator Lowenthal, I see. Please step forward. Wearing his denim, I believe.
Item 20.
Okay, file item 12, Senate Bill 13. Oh,
20.
File item 20, Senate Bill 1396. Welcome.
Welcome, Madam Chair and members. Let me get, people are just coming up. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Last year, the legislature's mid-year cuts and the 2009 budget granted categorical flexibility for nearly all of the Tier 3 programs to school districts in an effort to help them mitigate significant educational cuts. However, we did not require those school districts to report back on how they spent the funds or to set specific criteria in terms of accountability and transparency. With another estimated $18 billion budget deficit this year, we have to begin to consider out-of-the-box ideas. And SB 1396 is one of those ideas which would provide just 3 school districts a pilot program that are already on track to achieve high student performance, to have greater categorical flexibility for 3 years while still holding them accountable for student achievement. As author's amendments, I accept the committee's suggestions on page 6 and 7, which, 1, clarify that all parents must be surveyed and at least half the parent responses must be in support of this pilot project. So you must have at least half the parents who report back, who've been surveyed in the entire district, say, I support this project. Clearly delineate that the approval of a school district plan and any corresponding policies in support of the plan by the governing board must take place at a regularly scheduled meeting of the board. It also accepts the amendments to delete the COLA and the growth requirement. Also to require an interim report by the Legislative Analyst's Office at no later than 18 months after the Superintendent of Public Instruction apportions the funds, and requires participating school districts to provide to the LAO with information related to measures which are identified in the bill. They must complete that, and it also, I accept the ones that make the two technical changes. Members, what does this bill do? One, it creates a 3-year maximum categorical flexibility pilot program from 2011 to 2014. Requires the state superintendent to select up to 3 school districts to participate and to apportion funds to these selected school districts. It requires school districts to meet certain preconditions to be eligible to apply for the pilot, including having a majority of local teachers, of their teachers, and parents who have responded to the survey support and participate in the program. 4, it requires selected school districts to demonstrate significant student progress and improvement in specified areas, the very areas that this legislature is concerned about achievement. They are going to be required, and that's part of the transparency and the accountability. It requires school districts to submit an annual report to the legislature with specified information, and requires the LAO to conduct a final evaluation and submit to the legislature. Members, this is truly a pilot program that we're going to really learn whether we can still meet student needs while creating greater flexibility. I'll stop now, and we'll kind of answer questions. With me are...
Senator Lowenthal, before
yes.
you do, let me just clarify. You indicated you would accept technical amendments. There were a number of other amendments that were suggested.
All those others I've listed that we are accepting.
So all the amendments that were recommended in the analysis, you accept?
All the committee suggests on pages 6 and 7, all those amendments I accept.
All right, we'll adopt those as authors' amendments. Thank you.
Yes, I will accept
Okay,
those.
2 witnesses in support, others me too.
I would like to first introduce the superintendent of Long Beach Unified School District.
We know him well, and welcome back.
I know, the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Lowenthal, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. Long Beach Unified takes great pride in being a leader in closing the achievement gap. And because of the flexibility that you gave us in the past budget, we've been able to shift $24 million and save hundreds of jobs and expand our success. I want to give you some specifics. Because of the support that you've given us, our Hispanic students are now the #1 subgroup in our AP classes, because we've been allowed to expand those AP offerings in support to those students. 74% of our graduates last year are attending college. 40% of them are in a 4-year institution, and 34% are in a 2-year institution. And we know, because of our partnership with Cal State Long Beach, that our students who go to Cal State Long Beach are finishing at a rate of 67% in 6 years with their BA. This bill would help us accelerate that work, and I want to give you some examples of what's impeding us. Right now, because Long Beach Unified is a very strong school of choice district, 40% of our schools go to another school other than their home school by their choice. If you're a student who qualifies for state comp ed and you go to a school with less than 25% poverty, none of those funds can be used to support your academic efforts. This bill would allow us to do that. The other piece is that if I'm an ELL student and I'm become RFEP, let's say in the 4th grade, I'm still counted in the ELL subgroup for accountability purposes, but no funds can be used to support my academic needs. So if I go on to 6th grade and I'm struggling in mathematics, none of these funds can be used for that. If I'm a 10th grader and I'm having trouble in the academic world, or if I'm an 11th grader, I need credit recovery, none of those funds can be used for that. So we see this bill as a way to help us even accelerate closing the achievement gap much faster than we've been able to do, and to come up with the outcomes that Long Beach is committed to providing every student the tools he or she needs to go to college or to careers, whatever their choice are. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Second witness.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nancy Lacoste, and I am the representative for Long Beach Unified, but also for Clovis Unified and Poway Unified. And both of those districts are also committed to this bill and to student achievement, and they believe that they're going to be selected for this pilot if, in fact, this bill goes through the process. And we think there are great protections in this bill. We think there's great transparency, and we believe that there's significant participation from teachers and parents in the plan and at the end as well.
Thank you. Other witnesses? Me too.
Deborah Harmon on behalf of Fresno Unified and Torrance Unified. These districts are also in strong support of this bill.
Sandy Silberstein representing all 23 districts in Riverside County in support.
Other witnesses in support?
Sandra Vargas on behalf of Santa Ana Unified School District, also in support.
Thank you. Other witnesses? Witnesses in opposition? Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. I'm Estelle Lemieux with the California Teachers Association, and we are currently opposing this bill. Before I start elaborating on why, I want to make sure that you're clear that CTA has always supported flexibility. A couple years ago, before the economy went into the toilet, if you will, made the downturn, we were looking into the research, getting down to facts, where they recommended some of these proposals to do exactly what this pilot project would do. But at the time, the getting down to the facts research was stating that if you're going to make some changes in restructuring how we finance our educational system here in California, we needed added revenues. And so we support flexibility so long as there are revenues. A year ago, when we had a budget in February, this was a proposal to help the cash flow management that districts were having at the time. It was a very difficult thing to do, to categorize certain programs and give them flexibility and keep intact the Tier 1 and Tier 2, as they're referred to, intact. The legislature voted to keep 18 programs intact at the time for a very good reason. It was because these programs are focused on kids of the greatest needs. Now, while this is only a pilot project, for us, it's the camel's nose inside the tent. These programs are needed right now, given that these kids, who are our lowest achieving kids, many of which are the lower socioeconomic level, need these programs. And to allow any school district at this point to move these programs into total flexibility and have the district choose which programs get eliminated to fund other programs. Because let's get this straight here. This is not a panacea for cuts. It does not substitute cuts. And schools have taken a humongous amount of cuts, $17 billion in the last several years. So what is going on here is when you put all these programs in one category, you have winners and losers. And oftentimes at these public hearings, those parents who come to advocate for their child in school
3 minutes have elapsed.
Prevail. So we want you to think seriously before you make this decision, the concerns of these kids, and that perhaps we need to have a debate on the validity of each categorical program in good times. We say it's only been in place for a year. give us more time with this flexibility proposal and keep it intact.
Thank you. Next witness.
Judith Michaels, California Federation of Teachers, and not to repeat the testimony of my colleagues, but only to say that flexibility can sometimes be a four-letter word. That there are winners, there are losers, and often it is the voiceless who lose out. And one only has to look at the ROCP and ROCP programs in adult education to see how they have been decimated. For some of our students, it's a first chance. For others, it's the only chance to get some education. So with that, we ask for a no vote.
Okay, thank you. Others, just me too?
Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. We have an oppose unless amended, and we
oppose unless amended.
Yes, and we appreciate the author's willingness to talk with us about moving forward and working together. But in terms of speaking for the voiceless, I can only say that Tier 3 categorical flexibility has not worked for parents and students, and we would like to see safeguards so that that can work in this program, so that we're not giving carte blanche to districts for using monies intended for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Okay, Senator Lowenthal, let me ask you, how many school districts are there in California?
Good question.
There's over 1,000, right?
1,000.
Over 1,000.
You want to know exactly?
This is a pilot project.
Yes.
And it involves how many districts?
3 districts.
3 districts out of over 1,000.
Right.
I think that is reasonable to go ahead and to call for a pilot project on 3. In fact, I would have actually, even when I first saw it, I would have even urged more. Quite frankly.
I can respond to say one thing is frequently this legislature, and that's why we're doing, targets those school districts that are failing in what we're going to do. Diverse districts that have where the student body reflects the diversity of the state, and we target those and we say, what are we going to do to improve? We rarely look at those school districts that really are succeeding in meeting these student accountability goals and saying, you need to be also protected. And that's what this does. And on a pilot with all the accountability, and I would like to point out that teachers have to support this in the district and parents, and they have to participate in the planning. This is a well-thought-out proposal.
Okay, and I would like to join you in authorship of this measure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee members? I will take that as that's your close. Oh, Senator Hancock?
I have a lot of questions, as a matter of fact. And I appreciate the author's willingness to take all the suggested amendments and to have more community involvement in this. I really think, what are we going to find out with a pilot program? Usually a pilot program will give you some kind of data about whether specific things work better than other things. I mean, the word on the street is we know exactly what the districts are. They're your district, Senator Lowenthal, Long Beach. It's going to be Fresno, and it's going to be Garden Grove. Okay, what are the data parameters for what we're going to find out from doing this? That Long Beach, which is already a highly successful district, do we have goals? It will improve test scores for the lowest achieving and neediest students by X. How do we compare that with the flexibility that's already been given to every district in the state around categoricals when the state is not requiring data right now from all schools, so we have no baseline information? It seems to me that we ought to make this a pilot project that will give us useful data.
For all school districts?
Yes, to say, what did we find out? You know, what did we learn? Otherwise, I want to come in with some pilot programs for some of the schools in my district. Somebody made a remark about this, that the Ed Code is getting full of district bills. I honestly I also have problems about how we do this at a time when revenue is so bad and when our districts have been cut so much. I appreciate the need for increased flexibility, but what about the districts who are laboring to pay back loans? What happens to them? Maybe we should give them the flexibility of not having to make their payments for a while. Some other things. So this is, to me, I think it's a very fruitful area. I'd like to see a working group set up that would involve more than these 3 districts. I'm interested in flexibility, and I'm supportive of it, but I have a lot of questions about it right now.
Senator Lowenthal, you may close.
I'd just like to say that 1396 requires provides student districts with categorical flexibility while requiring, 1, accountability. School districts must continue to meet the state's high standards and goals. Participation, it must have parents and teachers supporting and participating in it. There must be transparency, all school districts who are receiving, and I will say there is no school district that's already been given this. This will be up to the superintendent of public instruction. After school districts submit applications and meet the criteria. And 3, transparency, but even more important than those 3 is protection. It protects students, and in particular, English language learners and the economically disadvantaged. There's a fence around those. Monies must stay in those programs. They can be moved from school to school, but they must demonstrate each school district that they have a plan for those students and that the money will stay in those programs. The same thing with special education. Those, the most at risk in the state, are protected in this bill. There is not flexibility. So with that, and I will say, you did not hear the greatest advocates for English language learners or the economically disadvantaged, for example, California Together, opposing this bill. We have worked with them. They are neutral on the bill. They are trying to see how we can improve this bill. This is a consensus bill. It's a good bill, and it hopefully will begin to let us see that we can provide more flexibility to school districts in a very thoughtful way. And I think it's really important to do this as a pilot project. I urge your aye vote.
Secretary, call the roll.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff?
Aye.
Huff, aye. Alquist? Hancock? Blue? Blue, aye. Maldonado? Price? Price, aye. Simidian? Wyland?
Okay, the bill's on call. We just have members out of the committee room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Correa, file item 8. Please step forward. You have 2 items, I believe, or 3. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, file on, is that 8 is 1075?
1075.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators. This bill deals with the California National Guard in education. California has enacted many protections for California men and women serving in active reserve and National Guard military components. Unfortunately, it appears that some of California's highest education institutions have had varying policies concerning academic leaves of absences for those ordered to military service. There have been many instances in which post-secondary institutions do not extend these protections to California National Guard members who are ordered to perform emergency state activities by order of the governor. What this bill does, it'll make enhancing and clarifying changes to the California Military Families Financial Relief Act of 2005. This measure will improve the existing protection to the California Guard members and reservists who are ordered to emergency services at a moment's notice. I have with me today 2 witnesses.
Senator Correa, do you accept the amendment on page 3 of the analysis?
I accept those as author's amendments.
Thank you very much. Let's have witnesses in support.
I have witnesses in support. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Colonel John Seatman, Madam Chairman, Chair, and members. I represent the California Military Department as both a full-time part of the staff for Government Public Affairs and as a 20-year veteran of the Guard and a commander of the 184th Infantry, the largest battalion in the Guard.
Thank you. Next witness.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is, and Senators, my name is Ralph Kinsimbi. I'm a reservist with the California National Guard State Military Reserve. I have been impacted by situations as this bill discusses, and I'm here to discuss that as a civilian. And my particular my particular experience was that while I was attending Sacramento State University, preparing to graduate, I was called in for military service on a short-term military service, and I had to make a choice between either reporting as ordered or dropping a class, which an instructor asked me to either drop it or he would drop me. I ended up dropping the class, and it was so far into the semester that my fees of tuition were not returned, so I lost money there. And then it cost me an additional semester to go because I wasn't able to graduate without that class. And so it cost me more money for tuition in an additional semester. And I think that this legislation will help avoid those situations, and it will help the reservists in the National Guard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other witnesses in support? We did not receive opposition. Is there any? Questions from the committee?
Move the bill.
Move the bill as amended. Care to close?
I ask when I vote.
Call the roll.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff?
Aye.
Huff, aye. Alquist? Hancock? Aye. Hancock, aye. Lou? Lou, aye. Maldonado, Price? Price, aye. Simidian, Wyland. You have enough votes.
The bill has sufficient votes. We'll keep the roll open. Your next item is file item 9, SB 1099.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill deals with getting additional tax dollars from the feds to the state of California in the form of matching funds. Currently, only 4 out of 58 counties in California are claiming Social Security Title IV federal funds. Due to recent county budget reductions resulting from the current economic crisis, the number of children served through this federally county federal funding program has dropped significantly. Title IV funds are unlimited. In the past, child welfare agencies have had to match these Title IV funds with non-federal matching funds of 50%. As of last year, because of the Federal American Reinvestment Recovery Act, matching funds have gone from 50 to 56%. Therefore, the non-federal matching fund match is now only 43.8%. What this bill does is it essentially directs the California Department of Social Services to amend the California Title IV plan to allow CDE Child Development General Funds to be used as non-federal match funds for Title IV child care, thus increasing the amount of money we can pull down from the feds.
Thank you. Witnesses in support.
Good morning, Chairman and the committee. Hello, my name is Dr. Sherry Center. I reside in Laguna Hills, California, and a native, second generation, Southern California. I'm the owner, founder, and CEO of National Pediatric Support Services. Established in 1982, we've been operating both fee-based programs as well as state-subsidized early care and education programs since 1985. We employ nearly 200 employees and teachers and support personnel. We currently have a CDE contract that operates 11 child development centers, and 35 families are in our family child care network, where we are able to serve in both Los Angeles and Orange counties 582 families that are state-funded, low-income, working poor children. Because of these state funds, the families we serve can seek and maintain employment, and they can stay off welfare. We see every day how children thrive in high-quality early education programs. While the child is learning and preparing for school and for life, the parents can earn an income and build their family's self-sufficiency. Research demonstrates that by the time these children are entering kindergarten, those children that have attended kindergarten are ahead in early reading and have attended early programs in early reading and math skills. And the research has found that by fulfilling the model of quality early care programs, this leads to a lifetime of learning and later school success. The most fragile of the children that we serve are those who are receiving protective services and those children who are at risk for child abuse or neglect. As a CDE contractor, I am required by the Education Code, Title V, to provide a priority enrollment to children who are receiving protective services, and second, to children who are at risk for services and for potential abuse and neglect. I gladly serve these families as we see each day the stability of high-quality early education programs brings to the child and the stability that it brings to the placement of the child and the relative caregivers and foster parents. I currently serve these children with 100% of CDE contract funds that my agency receives. I support Senate Bill 1099 because it will leverage our precious state funds for child care and development to serve additional child protective service children and at-risk children and allow the state to draw down more than 56% of every non-federal dollar that is matched to Title IV-E funds. The Title IV-E regulations for working foster parents, relative caregivers, is identical to the state of California requirement. Thus, the CDE funds are a perfect match.
Thank you for your testimony. Next witness.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, good morning. My name is Lisa Darjinsky-Simon. For the last 9 years, I've lived in California. Currently, I live in Irvine with my husband, Jerry, and my 4 wonderful children, ages 4 to 13. I love Irvine, I love Orange County, and I love California. There's no better place to be to raise your family. I speak to you from my heart as a mother, as a professional in early care and education for over 20 years, and as a community builder, both in the United States and abroad. I come to you as the Executive Director of the Child Care Amenity Group, CCAG, a 501c3 nonprofit organization whose mission is to support economically disenfranchised families. CCAG's mission is threefold. First, CCAG works closely with family child care providers serving low-income families. CCAG helps them enhance the quality of their services to meet high accreditation standards. Second, CCAG assists in qualifying family child care providers in the purchase of homes in redevelopment or low-income areas. Third, CCAG manages child care programs that service at least 25% low-income families. CCAG helps the children I'm asking you to help today. As a professional in the field of early care and education with a Master's of Social Work and a concentration in early childhood and family studies, I know how very important it is to serve the most fragile children, the poorest of the poor children, children of foster care. All children, especially children in foster care, need high-quality support services in developmentally appropriate, age-appropriate, stimulating, and safe environment. These children, our children, all children, from a young age, need opportunities provided at early care and education centers. All children, especially children in foster care, need quality care by educated and experienced early care and education professionals. Once upon a time, extended families raised families, not anymore. Children need to be raised by the extended families at early care and education centers rather than to be raised alone in a silo in front of a television. All parents, especially foster parents, need supportive early care and education settings for their children. Parents need to raise children with community assistance rather than by themselves. Raising children is very hard work. We all know what it takes a village to raise a child rather than just a parent or a foster parent by themselves. All children, especially foster children, need a continuum of care by familiar caregivers so bonds of trust can be formed and brains can be developed. Research states that brain development happens within the first 5 years. How else can we prepare our children for the adventures and challenges of kindergarten, where so much is expected of them? Kindergarten today is third grade of yesterday. It's hard. We ask so much of our children, therefore we must prepare them for the work ahead. How else can we prepare children for later school success and for life?
Thank you for your testimony. All others simply say, me too.
Sherry Griffith, Association of California School Administrators, me too.
Okay, any other witnesses in support? We did not receive any opposition. Is there any? Questions or comments from the committee? Okay, Senator Huff.
Senator, it's a little unclear where this money is coming from. I mean, none of us likes to leave money on the table, but we're in a financially constrained time, so I'm trying to figure out where is this money coming from now.
It's coming from Title IV-E federal funding, where currently they service the very, very low. It'll be almost $11 million that'll go right into the state of California. That is currently 56% of monies will be from Title IV-E funding, federal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, briefly, you may close.
Ask when I vote.
Okay, call the roll.
It's been moved by Price, then.
Moved by Senator Price.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff?
Aye.
Huff, aye. Alquist? Hancock? Lou? Aye. Lou, aye. Maldonado, Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Smithian, Wyland.
Okay, the bill is on call. Let's take up the one item that was presented as a subcommittee. This was by Senator Liu, SB 1143. I will move the bill. Secretary, call the roll.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff?
Aye.
Huff, aye. Alquist? Hancock? Lou? Lou, aye. Maldonado, Price?
Aye.
Price, aye. Smithian, Wyland.
Okay, the measure is on call. Senator Correa, you have one more item, I believe, file item 16.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senators, yes. First of all, let me again commend the chair for wearing green denim today, commending as our struggle of stop violence against women. This bill, Senate Bill 1300, deals with teen dating violence and prevention. The prevalence of dating violence among teens is alarming. Recent studies show that 30% of teens, that's 30% of teens, will experience abuse in a dating relationship. Young women between the ages of 16 and 24 are the most vulnerable to domestic violence, experiencing the highest rate of non-fatal intimate partner violence. Students whom are victims of teen dating violence have poor academic performance, and their safety at school is jeopardized. Among ninth graders in California, teen dating violent victims were almost twice as likely to have failing grades and more than 6 times as likely to have carried a gun to school as other ninth graders. This bill provides essentially guidelines for dating and sexual violence prevention on campus and aid in preventing dating violence by spreading awareness. What this bill specifically does is it requires, that's a must, requires a State Board of Education to incorporate it at its next division of curriculum, teen dating violence and sexual violence instruction. It authorizes a school district, that's an option, authorizes a school district to provide teen dating violence prevention education that is age appropriate. It authorizes a school district, that's optional, authorizes a school district to use school district personnel or outside consultants who are trained in the appropriate course to provide this additional instruction.
Okay, witnesses in support. Let me note that the committee did not receive any opposition, so I'm going to ask you to be very brief.
Shannon Smith Crowley, representing the American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. We think that it is critical that teens get information at this time in their lives, that the prevalence already as teens is significant, and they need the information so that they can recognize and break patterns.
Thank you. Next witness.
Patty Scripter, California State PTA, we're also in support. We believe parents are the first teachers, but that there is a place in schools for this information to be shared with our children.
Thank you. Next witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Stark with the California Medical Association in strong support.
Isabel Garcia, California Teachers Association in support.
Any other witnesses in support? Please step forward.
Good morning. Stephanie Nietzsche with...
Please press the red button.
Good morning. Stephanie Nietzsche with Planned Parenthood Affiliates of California. We actually have a supportive amended position on this bill. We strongly support the intent of the bill, but we are concerned that the notification requirement under Section 32234 would be too costly and too burdensome for schools to comply with. And at Planned Parenthood Affiliates, we often educate and counsel young people who are experiencing their first relationship, and at the core of that education, these people are given tools to understand unhealthy relationships and be able to recognize them. So we absolutely believe that this education needs to happen, but we are concerned that the notification requirement would be a burden to young people getting this. So should that section be removed, we'd be happy to support this bill. Thank you.
And I imagine you'll continue working with the author on this issue.
Absolutely.
Any other witnesses in support? Okay, we did not receive opposition. Is there opposition? Okay, please step forward.
Is it late opposition?
Yes. Okay, this is late opposition.
We supported opposed unless...
Can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Abigail Sims. I'm from Peace Over Violence.
From where? Peace Over Violence.
And we've been working to prevent teen dating and sexual violence for 20 years. We've worked with districts and state agencies and parents, and we think that parents are really important in ending teen dating violence. However, this bill will pose a barrier in providing for schools to provide the education, and it will reduce access for students to have teen dating violence prevention education. I can tell you in Los Angeles, the weekend of April 10th, a young woman was allegedly sexually assaulted over the weekend. And by that Monday, the school chatter and gossip rumor mill was in full swing. The school called us on Monday afternoon and asked us to do some prevention education with their students around sexual assault, and saw this teachable moment to provide students with this information and change the campus climate so it was more supportive to survivors and ended the misinformation around dating violence. And we did that education that Thursday and Friday. With this parental notification process, the school would not have been able to seize that opportunity. They would have had to have a 14-day wait, and they wouldn't have been able to seize that teachable moment to educate their students.
Okay. Thank you. I have the greatest regard for Peace Over Violence and your executive director. I look forward that you would be able to work with the author and hopefully remove the opposition at some point. Okay, any other opposition? All right, questions from the committee? Let me just acknowledge that at 10 o'clock, in fact, there's going to be many gathering on the steps of the Capitol to acknowledge Denim Day and to, of course, educate young men, young women, men and women of all ages, quite frankly, about assault and no meaning no. And unfortunately, we're here in Education Committee, but I did want to deliver that. And Senator Correa, I do appreciate the bill that you've brought forward. I think it's very important. I look forward to you working with those who have remaining concerns. I think there's a way that it can be worked out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we've done in this bill is essentially, much of it is restating existing law. Much of it is really the support that came from the PTA, the Congress of OBs, and some of the others is really looking at the bill as it is written. And as the PTA has said, the parental involvement is such that it is really necessary to prevent this kind of violence. I'll look back and readdress these issues with the opposition. But again, I believe that one victim is one too many. So what we're trying to do here is make sure that we advance the education of all the children out there before this stuff happens. And as a dad of a 10-year-old enthusiastic little girl, I'm telling you, this is very important to me. I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, is there a motion on the bill? Moved by Senator Liu. Call the roll.
Romero? Aye. Romero, aye. Huff? Alquist? Hancock?
Aye.
Hancock, aye. Liu? Aye. Liu, aye. Maldonado, Price? Price, aye. Simitian, Wyland.
Okay, it's on call.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senators.
Members, we're going to take up the consent calendar. What are the items? These are proposed for consent. File item 6 by Senator Alquist, file item 17, Senator Romero, file item 19, the Committee on Veterans Affairs, and file item 24, Senator Wyland with amendments. Is there a motion on the consent calendar? Move the consent calendar by Senator Liu. Call the roll.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff? Alquist? Hancock? Liu? Liu, aye. Maldonado, Price? Price, aye. Simitian, Wyland.
Okay, the consent calendar is on call. Senator Padilla, you are next. You have file item 13, and we see our distinguished colleague, the Chancellor of the California Community College System, our very honorable Chancellor and Senator Jack Scott. It's so good to see you in committee again. I imagine you'll be testifying soon. All right. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I actually have two bills before you today. The first I'd like to take up is SB 1255, which will restrict the sale of sweetened electrolyte replacement beverages from being sold at our schools during regular school hours. As many of you have come to know, childhood obesity has reached epidemic levels in our state and around the nation, causing diseases such as type 2 and other long-term health problems. Studies have consistently found that increased overconsumption of sugars, such as those found in sweetened beverages, is a leading cause of overweight and obesity among both children and adults. Current law restricts the sale of soft drinks at schools during school hours. California sort of led the way in that years ago. This bill continues that same effort by eliminating the sale of sweetened electrolyte replacement beverages that are for the same reasons, because too many of them are also a source of a whole lot of sugar that we need to cut out of our kids' diets. Madam Chair, there were technical committee amendments offered in both Senate Health Committee as well as this committee in the analysis, and I'll accept those at this time. With me to testify today on behalf of the bill is Dr. Linda Randolph and Monica Wagner with the California Department of Health.
Okay, thank you. 2 witnesses in support.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Dr. Linda Rudolph. I'm the Deputy Director in the California Department of Public Health and the Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion. Senator Padilla mentioned that this bill basically closes the loophole that allows sugar-sweetened and artificially sweetened electrolyte replacement beverages or sports drinks in middle and high schools. 8 out of 10 of the drinks that are now offered for sale in high schools are sports drinks. Why is that a problem? We all know that obesity is now a leading cause of preventable death in the state and in the nation. It's associated with increased risks of heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and cancer. 1 out of 9 California children, 1 out of 3 teens, and 3 out of 5 adults is obese. And the majority of overweight kids age 5 to 10 already have risk factors for heart disease and diabetes. The scientific evidence linking sugar-sweetened beverages with weight gain is stronger than that for any other single food category. Sugar-sweetened beverages are the largest single contributor to caloric intake in the U.S. Harvard researchers have shown that in children, each extra can of sugar-sweetened beverages consumed per day increases the chances of becoming obese by 60%. I just note that there's a new study just published this week in the Journal of the American Medical Association indicating that sugar itself, increased sugar consumption, is a risk factor for heart disease. I want to specifically address 2 questions that have come up in regard to this bill. First, why are we seeking to eliminate the sale of all sports drinks during the school day, including lower calorie options that are sweetened with non-nutritive artificial sweeteners? There are studies showing that drinking artificially sweetened beverages is also associated with weight gain. That may seem counterintuitive, but nutrition scientists believe it may be related to effects on the body's built-in signals that regulate eating by uncoupling the relationship between sweetness and energy intake. We want to promote consumption of healthier beverages like water for our children, and we don't want children to become accustomed to drinking sweetened beverages. Second, don't kids need electrolyte replacement when they exercise? The answer is not typically. Sports drinks are really intended only for use by people who exercise continuously for a long period of time. The Institute of Medicine, the UC Berkeley Center for Weight and Health, and other experts say that the only time electrolyte replacement beverages are recommended for children is when they're engaged in competitive sports involving vigorous, high-intensity exercise for long durations that last over an hour. We don't think electrolyte replacement is typically needed during the school day, and this bill does not affect the availability of sports drinks during or after school sports practice or events. In closing, this bill closes a loophole in current law. It provides for the same healthier beverage environments for middle and high school students that we currently provide for younger students. The bill is based on sound scientific evidence, and it provides an important building block in our urgent efforts to address one of the most significant public health threats to our youth in the state. We ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Second witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Teresa Stark with the California Medical Association, in strong support for all of the reasons stated by the doctor. I just want to point out, as the mother of a teenager in high school, I can tell you these beverages are everywhere. They drink them in the morning before they start school. They drink them during the day for lunch. They drink them after school. And I think the important point is that in many cases they're not eating, that these are also their meal replacements, and these are the only products that they're consuming during the day. If they have a choice, they're going to pick this over water because tastes better, probably, and also because it's more cool. I think in many cases a teenager would be made fun of if they're actually consuming water. So I think we want to make sure we have better alternatives, better choices for our kids. So we strongly support. Thank you.
Thank you. Other witnesses in support?
Tony Triguero with the California Teachers Association. We're happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Other witnesses?
Shane Silva, California State PTA, in support.
Alicia Sanchez with the American Cancer Society, in support.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in support?
Deborah Brown with the California School Boards Association, also in support.
Terry Burns, California School Nutrition Association, in support.
Okay, witnesses in opposition? Any witnesses in opposition? Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members, Bob Ackerman with the California Nevada Soft Drink Association. Apologize. Our letter to the committee did not apparently get picked up in the analysis. We are opposed unless amended. Our member bottlers do provide a variety of beverages, including electrolyte replacement. In the high school setting, voluntarily we already are limiting the portion size to 12 ounces, already limiting availability to high schools only, not to junior highs. We think there's a better solution to this. As the previous supporters indicated, there are non-caloric and reduced-calorie electrolyte replacement beverages available. We would suggest they have a functional place on high school campuses. Would recommend those as a better alternative than to a complete ban. We think this is the high school setting. Kids need to be taught that there are healthier options available. That's the function of education, the function of these restrictions. These restrictions are 5 years old. There's a variety of beverages now available that all of us use to manage our dietary intake, our caloric intake, and we think that's a better solution to the problem.
Next witness.
Mr. Chairman and members, John Latimer on behalf of PepsiCo, makers of Gatorade. We concur with the comments of Mr. Ackerman. We are part of the association. We've been in conversation with the author and the sponsor, and as Mr. Ackerman said, we do think that the model adopted through the Clinton Foundation with the Americans for a Healthier Generation makes more sense. It still allows some choice at the school district level and high schools only in limited quantity size, which has limited caloric impact. A 12-ounce Gatorade has on average 80 calories at the max, and we think that maintaining some level of choice at the high school level makes some sense. Again, focusing it on the product on kids that otherwise, for their physical activity and otherwise, might have use for the beverage.
Valerie Nera for the California Chamber of Commerce. We remain opposed, and reasons already stated.
Other witnesses against? All right. Bring it back to the committee. Questions, comments? Senator Price.
Yeah, no, I served with the senator on the Select Committee on Diabetes and Obesity, and so I certainly welcome the legislation. I am, though, concerned that we get everybody to the table as we can. I know those who are opposed are still suggesting some alternatives or some amendments that would make it to provide greater choice, yet restrict the caloric intake. I think it's worth further discussion, and I hope that we'll continue that as we move forward. Thanks.
Any questions from the committee members? Okay, and we have technical amendments that were accepted in Health Committee. They are going to be adopted here. Yes. All right. Is there a motion on the bill as amended?
Move the bill.
Moved by Senator Hancock. Call the roll.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff?
No.
Huff, no. Alquist? Hancock?
Aye.
Hancock, aye. Lou? Maldonado? Price? Price, aye. Simidian? Wyland? It's 3-1.
Okay, we've got 3 votes in favor. It's on call. Okay, we are going to stop at this moment because we do have a time certain on our agenda. It's scheduled for 10 a.m., and it is now 10 a.m. So we're going to take up that item at this time. And then afterwards, Senator Padilla, if you are here, you can monitor it. We will go ahead and take you up right away after the time certain. Senator Scott, our apologies to you, but we did note it on our schedule. And you're welcome to stay. All right, this is file item 2 by Senator Huff. Welcome, Senator Huff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Witnesses are assembling here. As they're doing that, I'll go ahead and launch for it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Today we have a very important measure before you. This is about creating the best learning environment for students. Kids only have one shot at school, and while some of them might linger a little longer than others, for the most part, they get one shot, and as a society, we have an obligation to help them get to where they need to be, which is educated. And we're not doing a great job, and we've had many instances of that. Some areas are, some areas are not. But it's important that we consider this bill because it has profound impacts on the 6 million students across California, which is the primary focus of this bill. It's for these students and their parents that we have our public education system. SB 955 will extend the arbitrary deadline for reduction in force notices. It'll reform the quality blind approach to teacher staffing laws, otherwise known as seniority, so schools have more say in who teaches their children. It'll reform the substitute teacher process in our schools, which puts unnecessary cost pressures on school districts. And it will reform the flawed dismissal process for abusive employees. Current law is not serving the students from whom the system is intended to serve. Just this month, parents in an Oakland school got so frustrated over a continuing 2-year process to rid themselves of an abusive teacher, 80% of the parents took their children out of school for a day in protest, costing the district $9,000 in state funding. Flawed laws should not force parents to take their kids out of school just to get rid of an abusive parent or abusive employee, Current seniority laws allow award-winning teachers to receive layoff notices simply because they are newer teachers. The law allows young and talented teachers committed to teaching in inner-city schools to be first in line for layoffs. Our dismissal process allows a teacher in LA Unified accused of touching coworkers inappropriately and making improper advances and comments towards students to trudge through the process for 7 years while still receiving a salary. All the while, other well-qualified teachers are being laid off. The March 15th reduction in force puts unnecessary anxiety on teachers since thousands of them will never actually be let go. And how are these laws in the best interest of our kids? How are they in the best interest of teachers? SB 955 will allow schools to spend more dollars in the classroom and ensure we retain our best teachers to educate our children. SB 955 is good for teachers, it's good for school districts, but most importantly, it's good for our students. I ask for your support on this.
Thank you, Senator Huff. Okay, let's go ahead and begin with witnesses in support.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators, for the privilege of being able to speak before you today. My name is Bonnie Reese, and I'm Secretary of Education. In the limited time I have, I wanted to address the section of the bill that I believe is the most important section on reforms and the one that actually connects to the civil rights subject of the lawsuit in the LAUSD. At which we were at. One of the schools mentioned was Markham Middle School, where we were yesterday, and one of the teachers from there is actually here to testify today. And that section of the bill is the bill that says that allows elected school boards and their superintendents, through collective bargaining with their local unions, to consider things beyond just seniority, to consider the needs of a school and the effectiveness of teachers. Because of the horrific economic conditions of the country and the budget cuts that's created in the state of California and other states, because New York also, actually 2 days ago, 2 legislators, Democrat legislators in their state assembly and Senate introduced a bill to stop their seniority-only approach to layoffs because of the disproportionate impact it has on schools. The glaring, where this crisis is opportunity, so because of the number of budget layoffs, the ACLU lawsuit points out, it goes to 3 schools, and it says how these schools got 50 to 75% of their teachers got layoff notices. And in a few other schools, white schools, wealthier schools, no teachers or 1 teacher got a layoff notice. So the lawsuit brings that up as an example of a constitutional equal rights violation. But there are going to be years where if there's not this many cuts or this much budget issues, and there's a handful of layoffs in a district, that it won't rise to the level of a constitutional violation, but it will still always disproportionately affect these schools. I was very moved by the school principal yesterday that talked about his difficulty in recruiting teachers in this Watts school, teachers that were afraid to come to this community. So he found young teachers, teachers that were passionate about going into teaching to change the lives of kids and help kids that believe every kid can learn. And after recruiting these kids, after recruiting these teachers, believers in this, great teachers, teachers that impacted the kids and after a year had tremendous academic gains, half his staff got decimated by layoff notices. So I know that you're going to hear from teachers' unions going to say it's not easy to come up with a system. But we all know, all of you, it wasn't easy when you made a decision to run for office and get elected. It's not easy to do any of the things. Many of you have had things you've believed in, and it's not easy making important changes. But all we're saying is districts, locally elected districts, and your superintendents, we count on you with your unions to figure out a way that's fair.
Thank you for your testimony. And let me just remind everybody, it's on the file. On this one, because we figured there'd be a more substantive debate, 5 witnesses, 3 minutes each. And if you don't need all your 3 minutes, you don't have to take them. And then all others will simply be me too. Okay, next witness. Welcome. Identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Nicholas Melvoin. I teach 7th and 8th grade ESL at Markham Middle School. It's an honor to be here, and let me begin by saying it's a true privilege to speak on behalf of the extraordinary children that I teach. After graduating from Harvard, I chose to teach at Markham because I believe in educational equality. I believe a child's zip code should not determine the quality of his or her schooling, yet my experience has demonstrated that it often does. My students at Markham are not getting the teachers they deserve. They are not getting an equal opportunity to excel, and as a result, their futures and the state's future are at risk. My story is typical. When the Los Angeles Unified School District laid off thousands of teachers last spring, I was among the first to go. The last hired, first fired policy made it virtually impossible for a 23-year-old fresh out of college to keep teaching English in that district. But I was determined to come back to my students, so I began the school year as a long-term substitute at Markham until mid-January when I was rehired. This March, I received another pink slip. As I said, my story is not unusual here. Last year's layoffs decimated our young staff. Already one of the lowest performing schools in the state, Markham lost more than half of its teachers. These excellent educators, whose record of student achievement had no bearing on the decision to lay them off, were committed to turning the school around. We lost 3 out of the 4 teachers on the school's intervention curriculum team. We lost 2 department chairs. We lost school site council members and members of our school's shared decision-making team. We also lost money. Under new leadership, Markham spent hundreds of thousands of dollars training our young staff, only to have that staff fired months later. Teachers trained in the most recent methods to raise student achievement were let go, and more money was needed to train this year's staff. Unless something changes, that money too will have been wasted once this year's layoffs take effect. The worst consequences, of course, are those that fall on the innocent shoulders of our students. As district and state policies shuffle teachers through their classrooms like visitors through a revolving door, these children are essentially left abandoned, taught little more than the lessons of disruption and disappointment. These students live in a constant state of upheaval, denied the stability vital not only for solid academic progress, but for rewarding relationships with compassionate mentors. It's not at all uncommon to hear a Markham student ask a new teacher with a mixture of sadness and indignation, "How long are you going to be here?" What makes the situation even worse is that the burden is falling disproportionately on those schools and students who can least absorb the blows. Yes, teachers are being laid off throughout the city and state, but the shameful truth is that schools like Markham are being hit the hardest. Institutions with the highest concentration of poor students of color receive the greatest number of layoffs. The reasons may be more complex and less deliberate than in the age of segregation, but the effects are no less insidious and the injustice no less deplorable. It is simply and unconscionably wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next witness.
Thank you, Senator Romero.
If you could please press the red button, please.
Thank you, Senator Romero. Senator Hunt.
And if you could pull the mic closer to you, please. Thank you.
You make a good teacher.
Yes, she was.
I already am.
I know. The teacher to my right is what it's all about. The LA Unified School District is on the move, and it is moving forward. It is not easy, but we cannot move forward if we lose the caliber of individuals, such as the teacher to my right, that I have had to send thousands of notices to in the last 2 years. So we need the flexibility. Yes, I believe that all teachers need to be protected, especially from capricious superintendents. But we also, the children, need an advocate. And so there have to be other issues and reasons other than seniority. Who would not want an individual like the teacher that has just spoken before all of our kids, our students in California? And so you need to help us find a way so that we, school districts, rural, middle class, urban school districts in this state, can have the best teachers to prepare our young people. Also, our bargaining units, our teachers' units, our administrators' units have to be involved in this process. We cannot exclude them. And so it has to be a partnership that is developed, but a partnership that is in the best interest of retaining and keeping urban school districts with stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Madam Chair and members, my name is Tyler Hester, and I am honored and humbled to be here today. I hope that my words this morning reflect both my enormous respect and admiration for my colleagues in the teaching profession and my genuine love for my students at Blair IB School in Pasadena. Go Vikings. During the past 2 years, I have had the privilege of working alongside tireless and devoted teachers in the struggle to provide our students with the education that they deserve. It is my concern for both teachers and students that brings me here with an urgent request. Please fight to create policies that will bring more justice to the students and the teachers of California. I would like to start fleshing out my request by highlighting a basic truth. As our president noted, and as research has proven, the single most important factor in determining student achievement is not the color of their skin or where they come from. It's not who their parents are or how much money they have. It's who their teacher is. The quality of a teacher, Madam Chair and members, has more impact on student achievement than any other variable at the school level. One study suggests that if minority students could have a teacher in the top 25% of the profession for 4 years in a row, the achievement gap between minority students and white students would disappear. We are here today, it seems to me, because the budget crisis in California and the resulting teacher layoffs have dramatized the degree to which our current system does not value teacher quality. In my own Pasadena Unified School District, 165 teachers were given reduction in force notices in March, not based on their effectiveness as teachers, but rather based on their level of seniority. 22,000 teachers across California were given pink slips not based on their capacity to spur academic growth, but rather based on their having entered the system later than the rest. I myself was given a layoff notice, not based on the strides that my students have or have not made, but rather based on the fact that I'm a new teacher within my district. So some insist that seniority is the only objective criteria that we can use when making cuts, because it's so hard to rigorously and fairly assess the quality of a teacher. Effective teaching can be measured in part by student test scores, but there are other outcome-based measures that ought to be considered, including reliable observations by principals and master teachers, independent assessment of student work, and evaluation of videotaped classes. Far from damaging the teaching profession, such a system would recognize teaching as a craft and a profession. In fact, a survey of 9,000 teachers conducted by the New Teacher Project, I think this is really interesting, found that teachers themselves would prefer to be judged based on measures other than just seniority, including classroom management and evaluation ratings. So layoff determinations based merely on student test scores are not sufficient. Neither, however, are determinations based solely on seniority. So from my perspective, Madam Chair and members, the choice before you today is the choice between what is right and what is easy. The easy path is the one we find ourselves on now, the path on which we make human capital decisions based first and foremost on duration of employment. The right path, it seems to me, the path that honors...
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next witness. And this will be the fifth witness. Welcome.
Madam Chair and members, Rand Martin on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. I'd simply like to say that charter schools are laboratories for more than pedagogy. They are laboratories for operations as well.
Excuse me. There was actually one witness that we were waiting for, and she's part of the original five.
My apologies.
So
we weren't
Thank
aware.
you, Rand.
if you will defer to Ms. Alice Huffman.
And I believe he was saying he's in favor, right?
Ms. Huffman, you're the fifth witness.
I'm the fifth witness.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chairwoman, and forgive me, committee members, for being late. It's a little wet out there, and travel up and down this state when you get my age is a little hard to do. But I'm here, so thank you for allowing me to come late. I'm here, and I made an effort to get here because this is such an important issue for our community and for our students. And I have been on the road with the governor and raced to the top, and I have visited lots of schools, and I have seen the difference in what's happening in some of our inner city schools and what's happening in some of the other schools. This particular measure that the senator and the governor has before you today is critical. Yesterday we visited, I'm sure the teacher has been here from the school we visited and you've heard that testimony, but it was devastating to see a middle school, an opportunity school that is supported by everyone who has been the last ranking, lowest performing school in the state for 10 or 12 years, to have all that energy put in there to try to make the school better, to get teachers who really want to be there, and then to have them first laid off, where so many of the departments were depleted in our layoff policy. This is not, in my opinion, about teachers and unions versus the administration. This is about the quality of education for our children. Yesterday, we joined the ACLU lawsuit because we believe that something has to be done. We believe that we can't wait too long to do it, because every time we wait a long time, senators, we lose generations of children. I'm not using my script because I was thinking as I came over here from my heart. I spent 14 years, almost 14 years, working for the teachers union. I know how we do business over at the teachers union, and I respect the fact that they have to look out for their teachers. But at some point, after we did Prop 98, after we defeated the vouchers, after we've done everything to bring up quality education in California, we're still 47th in in pupil funding, and still we have some of the lowest performing schools in the country. Those low performing schools are my constituents. Senator Curran-Price, they're your constituents. They're all of our constituents who are in the urban areas, who have looked the other way for years, thinking that we have put remedies in place that was eventually going to bring about equity. I didn't tell you I'm the president of NAACP. We believe education is a civil rights. I believe that now my constituent is the children in the inner city. When I worked for the teachers, I did a great job. I represented them well. Many of you might remember. Now I work for the community. I work for Improvement Schools. I would invite my constituents from the CTA and the School Boards Association and all of them that we worked together when we put Prop 98 on the ballot. I would invite them to help us solve these problems. They have the expertise to know how to solve these problems, and not just say no, 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 but to join in with us. I'm going to join in with anyone who is trying to improve quality education in the inner city. And I would ask everybody who cares about children, and not just about the special interests, to join in with us to try to make a difference. And I know it's a rough decision sometimes, but it's got to be the right decision sometimes. I know it's about courage sometimes. My time is up. But you have to, I see Senator say, but you have to step out on courage sometimes. You have to step out on faith sometimes. And you certainly have to put our children first. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Okay, other witnesses in support. Let's begin with Rand Martin. I apologize, but from at this point, it'll simply be Me Too's. Let's hear from all the witnesses in support at this point.
Rand Martin on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. Me too. Thank you.
Brendan Tuig on behalf of Ed Voice in support.
Deborah Harmon on behalf of Clovis Unified School District in strong support.
Arun Ramanathan on behalf of the Education Trust West in strong support.
Mike Kilborn on behalf of the Orange County Superintendent of Schools in support.
Barrett Snyder on behalf of the School Employers Association of California in support.
Sandy Silverstein, representing all 23 school district superintendents in Riverside County and the County Superintendent of Schools in support.
Michael Holsizer on behalf of the Kern County Superintendent of Schools in support.
Jeff Frost, California Association of Suburban School Districts in support.
Any other witnesses in support? Okay, members, do you wish to ask questions this time or allow the opposition to present first and then open it up to questions? Okay, let's go ahead and let's hear from the opposition at this point. Thank you very much. Okay, witnesses in opposition, if we can have your first 5 to each have 3 minutes each, and then we will go with other witnesses in opposition stating your name and the Me Too. Please step forward. Welcome.
Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to introduce Randy Weingarten.
Are you one of the witnesses?
No, I'm just introducing.
Okay, then let's just go ahead and have the witness speak for herself. And we have 5 so there's one more. There's one more vacancy if you'd like 5. Okay, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am sorry that I am not wearing denim today in support of...
Denim in spirit.
Sorry. So I am the president of the American Federation of Teachers, a union who represents about, whose affiliate, the CFT, represents about 90,000 members in California.
And just for the record, state your name.
I'm sorry, I thought I did. Randy Weingarten, president, American Federation of Teachers. Let me just, as Ms. Huffman did and as Mr. Cortinas did, let me just say we nationally have worked to turn around low-performing schools. I've done it myself in New York in terms of successfully turning around schools and successfully promoting the diversity of our staff and successfully expelling locals in our union that were segregated locals, in supporting Brown versus Board of Education years and years ago, in ensuring that we have better evaluation systems. So the reason I am testifying today is because the issue right now around the country, in California and other places, are the devastating budget cuts. And what's happening in terms of SB 955, as well as what we're seeing in other places around the country, is that instead of us being able to avert these draconian budget cuts that will create a catastrophic situation for kids throughout America because of them, what we're doing is we are trying to mitigate them by pitting people against people. I bleed for the school that was talked about earlier today that I just heard about. I also bleed for the school in San Francisco, El Dorado, that I saw yesterday, that 67% of the teachers are getting laid off because of the disproportionate impact that you are trying to solve in this bill. What I am asking is, let's do things the right way. Let's try to figure out how to avert these layoffs by supporting the Miller-Harkin bills in Washington, by doing evaluation systems that actually really overhaul evaluation to ensure that teacher effectiveness is front and center. Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater, because ultimately teachers need the kind of protections they have right now in order to take the risks they need to take with kids. Thank you very much. The rest of my testimony is submitted, I hope.
Thank you. Next witness.
Hello, I'm A.J. Duffy, President of United Teachers Los Angeles. And I'm pretty fairly appalled at what I'm seeing in front of me, which is an attempt to bring sweeping change in a data-free environment. Simply put, there is no credible data that shows that doing away with seniority or tenure will radically improve or in any way appreciably improve student outcomes. This change that you're trying to bring about is being done before lengthy and robust debates based upon merit of the argument. This will bring sweeping change in evaluations when everybody realizes that evaluations need to be changed, but it will give power and authority to too many untrained administrators who will use this opportunity to do two things: get rid of teachers that they simply do not like, and to save money by attempting to get rid of senior teachers. Nobody denies that we need a new criteria for evaluating teachers, but until we work that criteria out, to bring this into place will destroy the teaching profession. It will not accomplish what you are attempting to accomplish. This needs to be worked out on a local level between teachers and school districts. We need to work together to change the evaluation system that helps teachers and that also brings into place supports for teachers like peer assistance and review and the mentor teacher program. I'm urging you now to reject this, and by doing that, send us back to our local school districts like LA Unified that is working with Ted Mitchell on a teacher effectiveness task force to bring new rules about to help teachers become effective in their classrooms when they need that help, and to help administrators become objective and qualified evaluators of the teachers that they work with. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Madam Chair, Seth Bramble on behalf of the California Teachers Association. CTA is strongly opposed to this bill, and while we certainly agree with the premise that every child deserves a quality teacher, that's simply not what this bill will do. This bill erases hard-fought and hard-won employee rights for teachers. In addition, it will have an adverse impact on the quality of education that we're able to provide for the young people in this state. What I would say to you is, as you essentially change the layoff procedure to be one in which a teacher can be laid off based on an evaluation, and then that there will be no hearing based on that process, it opens the door to retaliation, it opens the door to favoritism, it opens the door to discrimination. And when I talk about retaliation, I'm not just talking about for being involved in your union, I'm talking about for standing up for kids, for advocating for the fact that every child in your classroom should have a textbook. To frame this around a civil rights issue and then open the door to discrimination, age discrimination being an issue that we see as Mr. Duffy was speaking about in LA Unified. We see it throughout the state. The civil rights movement was much more than about black and white folks getting along in a dignified manner. It was about union values. Dr. Martin Luther King was murdered, in fact, supporting workers who were striking. The concepts that he brings forward, Martin Luther King's dream was not one in which teachers would work in an environment of fear of retaliation, fear of discrimination. I spent the majority of my teaching career at Ida Jew Intermediate School in the Mount Pleasant Elementary School District in San Jose, and I'll tell you, the veteran teacher at that site, Mrs. Joanne Crouch, was someone who was not only a mentor and an inspiration to me and all of my colleagues, but she was a pillar in the community. Why? She ran the theater troupe there. She had the years of experience to bring in parent volunteers, to bring in businesses to support that theater troupe, and she had the years of experience needed to navigate the district bureaucracy to bring in the resources needed at that site. When we move in this direction, we move directly opposed to the process of due process. We move against the process of seniority. These are systems that treat all of the members equally. And by moving away from that system, again, we open the door to discrimination, retaliation, and for these reasons, the California Teachers Association is strongly opposed to this bill. And I do want to introduce Acting Chief Counsel of CTA, Priscilla Winslow.
Thank you. Next witness.
I am Priscilla Winslow, as Seth indicated. I'd like to address some of the issues in this bill relating to permanent teacher dismissal as opposed to the layoff provisions. First of all, making the permanent teacher dismissal decisions advisory and non-binding on the parties clearly violates the due process clause of both our state and federal constitution because it allows the accuser, the school district, to be both the prosecutor and the executioner. That violates the basic provisions of due process as any second-year law student would appreciate. The due process requires a meaningful hearing by an impartial judge. Allowing the school district to be that judge clearly is not impartial. Section 44944 of the Education Code, which provides the administrative hearing as it is now, was intended by this legislature to move those dismissal hearings from the courts into an administrative procedure setting, judged by an administrative law judge and the panel that is called the Commission on Professional Competence. This bill would clearly undo that act and actually increase the cost of dismissal hearings because it would push them back into the courts. It would require essentially a meaningless process because the administrative procedure would be advisory only, which would encourage both parties who are disappointed by the decision to appeal to the courts because that would be their only true impartial due process. Requiring teachers to lose their pay teachers who lose their case, requiring them to pay half the cost of the hearing, as this bill sets forth, has been ruled unconstitutional 11 years ago by the California Supreme Court. In California Teachers Association versus the state, 20 Cal 4th 327, the Supreme Court clearly stated that cost-shifting provision is unconstitutional. I realize that this bill probably replicated the statute that still exists in the law, but it needs to be removed to comply with the Supreme Court decision. Moving on to another part of this bill, to allow evidence older than 4 years to come into these dismissal hearings, again, would increase the cost of the hearing because it would allow the school district to bring in every possible transgression or assumed transgression from the time the teacher started employment. That would in turn require the teacher or invite the teacher to bring in every bit of exculpatory evidence, which would increase these hearings tenfold. The employer, this is important, the employer already has the right to introduce evidence older than 4 years when there's extenuating circumstances justifying that. That was decided by our Supreme Court in the case of Atwater versus the Commission on Professional Competence. That's at 41 Cal 4th 227. So this bill and that aspect is completely unnecessary. To allow teachers to be dismissed before any hearing, as this bill proposed, also clearly violates due process. I'd like to also comment on some testimony that had been given in the support portion. Ms. Reese suggested that unions and management should work together to solve the problems that this bill purports to address. We fully agree with that. However, it ignores the fact that this bill...
Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Fifth witness.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Reverend Dr. Louis C. Logan II. I'm from Ruach Christian Community Fellowship in the city of Los Angeles, an area and community that is already underserved because of a lack of community investment and resources. We have seen over the last few years continued the investment of funds and resources to our schools, and it is for that reason that I am in opposition to this particular provision, because it diverts attention from the fact that what we're doing is taking resources from the educational process, from the teachers who are on the front line, from those who interface and interact with our children on a regular basis, and diverts attention more so to a retributive process against them, as opposed to giving them the resources and the funding to do what they are trained and have a passion for doing, which is educating our children. I further believe that there needs to be a reassessment of an approach that we're looking at here to really get at the core issue and the problem. When I was a student in school, one of the things I was taught was to learn how to solve problems, and there were 4 basic procedures there was an understanding of the problem or restating of the problem in a way that makes sense to you in plain terms. And there was a division of a plan or strategy by which you could solve and test what you were approaching to do in terms of bringing redress to the problem. Then to carry out the plan, not to just talk about it, but to strategically do it. And then to also evaluate outcomes so that you could determine whether or not whatever it is you devised was effective. It seems to me that what we've seen is a divestment or divestment of resources from our schools, and we're allowing teachers, both those who are trained and who are skilled and veteran teachers, to fight over meager resources with those new, budding, and very innovative teachers. And it's causing a division within our school system. Our children are the ones who are suffering tremendously. And what needs to happen here is that there needs to be a restoration of funding to the peer assistance and review program. There needs to be a restoration of funding to the class size and reduction program. And with all due respect, when I look at the fact that our prison industrial complex is being funded 5 times per pupil more than what pupils are being in our school systems are being funded, it suggests to me an intrinsic moral mishap and misappropriation of public resources to put the same children who would be in a process of education to be in a process of continued recidivism through incarceration is unconscionable. And as a faith leader and as a community leader, I stand opposed to anything that diverts attention to the real issue and the real problem and the real solution. The real solution is restore funding to our schools.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, other witnesses in opposition, please step forward, and these are Me Too's. Please step forward. If you're in opposition, sergeants.
Marty Hittleman, President, California Federation of Teachers. We oppose this attack on career educators.
I'm Gary Ravani. I'm President of the Early Childhood K-12 Council of the California Federation of Teachers. I have 35 years of experience in the classroom.
Just state the opposition, please.
And we are in opposition.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take your seat. Remember, just state your name and your opposition.
Good morning, Velma Butler, grandmother and a mother of public education, and I oppose the position.
Carolyn Ritchie, parent and also proud employee of the Compton Unified School District, and I strongly oppose.
Thank you. There's plenty of chairs and mics. Go ahead and, sergeants, can you assist, please?
Sorry. Mila DeLucas, San Diego Community College District. I am a grandparent, and I oppose.
Thank you. Next witness.
Paula Bauer, Galt High School, Galt Federation of Teachers, teacher and child advocate. Thank you. And in opposition.
Thank you.
Greg Eddy, a former high school English teacher, in opposition.
Thank you.
Gail Alvarado, Galt High School math teacher and parent in opposition.
Thank you.
Sandra Lepore, California Federation of Teachers, classified employees, parent, grandparent, and opposing.
Thank you.
Christy Figueroa, San Diego Community College District, 20 years. In opposition, I am a parent and a grandparent.
Thank you.
Mary Van Ginkel, Los Angeles Community College District, grandparent and parent, and I oppose.
Thank you.
Charles Bunker, parent, grandparent, great-grandparent, I oppose.
Thank you.
Jai Sukhprasad, California School Employees Association, in opposition.
Thank you.
Jeremy Smith, California Labor Federation, opposition.
Thank you.
Steve McCammon, former high school teacher, current college professor, parent, I oppose.
Thank you.
Chuck Denon, Twin Rivers United Educators from Sacramento, California, strongly opposed.
Thank you.
Dorothy Bates, CFT, California Federation of Teachers, and I strongly oppose. Grandparent.
Thank you.
Judith Michaels, former member and vice president of the Orange County Board of Education, in opposition.
Thank you.
Patty Cox, California Federation of Teachers, and grandparent, strong opposition.
Thank you.
Mike Patterson, I'm a career technical education teacher from South Tahoe High School, and I strongly oppose.
Thank you.
John Halverson, a community member from Truckee, California, and I strongly oppose.
Thank you.
Wendy Gallimore, fifth grade teacher from Sacramento, California, I strongly oppose.
Thank you. Any other witnesses in opposition? Okay, members of the committee, I'm going to suggest that we bring up to the table 2 witnesses that testified in support, And Senator Huff, you can decide who you want to bring up. And then 2 in opposition so that we can have a dialogue. Members, if there's a particular member that testified that you would like to ask a direct question to, we can also make accommodations, all right? So why don't you go ahead and decide who you want to bring forward. And I want to structure this debate somewhat in this fashion. There are a number of sections in this bill, and there are many opinions on this particular bill. I'd like to break it down accordingly. There are, and in the analysis, it basically pretty much emulates what we discuss in the analysis. There are 4
Senator
major...
Romero, could I just say, I personally do have a question I'd like to ask Brandy Weingarten.
Okay, excuse me, Senator Hancock, you will get your opportunity.
Okay, I just want to make sure she was around the table.
Well, as I indicated, if there's a particular witness, that person can be brought up. But I do want to have talk about the issues that surround this bill. There are 4 main sections of the bill. The first one deals with probationary employees and the tenure notice. This is essentially the March 15th date. The second major issue is the suspension and dismissal for cause, oftentimes referred to as the rubber room or the teacher's jail in L.A. issue. The third major section of the bill deals with layoff and reappointment. These are the RIF notices for fiscal reasons, and this is essentially the heart and the essence of the most recent lawsuit against the state of California and the LA Unified School District. And then finally, the fourth major issue is the question of substitute teachers and the pay for laid-off teachers. And then one other question, of course, that was raised was whether or not county offices are included. So I want to have a bit of a structured debate as we talk about this issue. Debate, dialogue, discussion, because I think it's important for us to have this conversation. Let me just say from the outset, this is the first policy committee hearing, yet this policy committee hearing is coming, I would submit to the committee and to those in the room, over 50 years after Brown versus Board of Education. I am going to state for the record that I did stand in Watts yesterday with many members of the civil rights community, many members of the Mayor's Partnership School at Markham Middle School, the governor, Ms. Huffman, we were there, Sweet Alice was there, a number of individuals calling upon the legislature to not always just abdicate to the courts. I want to go ahead and state to some extent, I know Senator Huff, you have an urgency in this measure. To some extent, it reflects that, once again, California has been sued. This is going to be, and it's not only a California debate, this is a national dialogue that is taking place. I want to state for the record that, and of course, and we will see many people coming into Sacramento today fighting for a greater investment in public education. We heartily welcome, because we need to have a greater investment. But at the same time, the situation is as it is, and the layoffs, the rifts are taking place. Just as a little bit of backdrop, this is not new. I'm from Los Angeles. Last year, the year before, when the rifts were taking place, there was a hunger strike that was called in Los Angeles. These were members of United Teachers Los Angeles. I know Mr. Duffy and I, we had occasion to speak about it as well, and other members of your board. But these were teachers who actually went downtown and put up tents, and they went on strike and said, why is it that last hired become the first fired? That was a strike. I went. There were a couple of members of the legislature who did go. I met with them. I convened, in fact, I convened some mediation. A couple of board members from LA Unified came, trying to figure out how do we address the question. So this issue is not new. It has been taking place for some time. I just want to state that in terms of looking at it, I do want to ensure that we have rights and due process that is respected. I want to ensure understanding, and my premise is education is the civil rights issue of our time, that every child deserves to have not just a teacher in the classroom, but a quality teacher. And I want to underscore that just last weekend I was in East Los Angeles when we paid our respects and our farewell to a beloved professor, Jaime Escalante, who challenged us not just to put a body in front of the classroom. We want to see a teacher with, as he always said, ganas, the desire to learn. And for any of us, including myself, who have been in a classroom, we know that that teacher is the most important variable. So having said that, I want to thank all the teachers that are in this room. We've got thousands of fabulous teachers in the room, but we also have some issues that we do have to talk about, as we would in any profession. So let's go ahead and, I think, start having this discussion. So let's take, with the committees, okay, let's start taking in terms of the substance, the issues, breaking them apart. Okay, so the first major issue that's been raised is with respect to the notice. And that is the March 15th notice. The bill recommends, the bill has language that says, let us change the date from March 15th to, and the bill has indicated, a June 15th. In fact, I'd like to hear Senator Huff and Secretary Reese, if maybe you might want to comment a little bit on this issue as to why this is important, what we achieve from this, if you could speak a little bit to this, and then I'd like to hear briefly from us, well, too, from the opposition, concerns about moving the date. What does it, is it real? We know oftentimes we give the date, we give the notice, we pink slip, we retract. I have heard many, many concerns that the notice creates more theater than it does reality. So let me hear either, Senator, from yourself directly or from your witnesses, if
Secretary
you could address
Reese
this issue.
Well, I'll just say what we heard from the principal at Markham yesterday, who said that after he went and recruited passionate young teachers to come teach at his school, and they were making a difference when they got the layoff notice because they couldn't risk waiting to see if it ended up being a layoff or not. Some of them felt they needed to go to another school or another district. There's a documentary being done on the partnership schools. One of the teachers left and teaches abroad. So the idea of them coming out so early, when you all know the statistics about how it's so early that just because of budget reasons, districts have to give more notices that end up getting laid off, and the negative implications that ends up creating on those layoff notices. So that's why I just wanted to tie it into what we heard from the principal at Markham about how it negatively impacts particularly a school like his.
Okay. Of course, and I am concerned, the opposition has indicated that June 15th would disadvantage teachers. The argument is that after the last day of school, there are many districts that have already done their final layoff notification. The question, so let me hear from the opposition on the March 15th notification.
Regarding that notification, this change in the law appears to me purely to punish teachers. There is no lengthening of time that will occur in the time that an administrator can evaluate that teacher. That's going to be in accordance with whatever was negotiated locally. All that it does is shorten the amount of time that a teacher has to look for a job. That's the impact of that piece of legislation. In my mind, it's another attempt to scapegoat teachers for the financial problems in this state.
Is there any credence to the issue of, even in the state budget, we wait till after May 15th to know what is truly the case? I've heard from many district administrators, and I, for the record, do not believe that it is a punitive measure per se. I do not think that there's malfeasance on this part. But the question is it a realistic time frame to say, I mean, even in the budget, we do things and then we come back and we rush after May 15th. In fact, Senator Huff, I had indicated that I do have concerns about the June 15th date specifically. One suggestion that the committee in discussion had suggested is perhaps, if the bill goes forward, to perhaps consider an evaluation 30 days before the end of the school year. And I'd like for you to consider if at all that might work, because some districts are already concluded. June 15th may fall on the time scale at a different point in time. And so some have thought whatever time that district concludes, and of course, and it's true with budget cutbacks, many districts are choosing, unfortunately, given the constraints, to shorten the time year. So I'd like to ask if that would be something that you would consider.
Yeah, we're flexible on that.
That would be something
Madam
you would
Chair,
consider.
We have that in our contract in Los Angeles, the evaluation, 30 days
So that's
prior to. We have it already.
Okay, so you do have, that's something that you think could be workable?
I'm saying that we have it in our contract at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Duffy.
And respectfully, Senator, brief clarification. The notification, the layoffs are acted on by May 15th, not March 15th. So I just wanted to clarify that piece.
And I'm talking about notifying probationary employees. This is the first section, because I want to break apart the different sections. There's a lot that's in this bill, as we all know.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to break it down by just some of the major issues that the committee consultants identified for policy discussion. And so the first one that we're looking at right now is the probationary employees, the tenure notice. This is the tenure notice. And the recommendation is to take a look at it, to move it, the tenure notice, from March 15th to later in the year. We're looking at 30 days before. Ms. Weingarten, would you care to address this particular issue?
You know, I was the local leader in New York City for 12 years, and we did not have a March 15th or March 1st date. It was tied in some ways, like Mr. Duffy said, in terms of a 30-day notification period. You know, the issue is always, so just in terms of nationwide, the issue is always, there's a big difference between a period of time like this, a devastating budget period of time, versus a regular period of time. And normally the March 15th or March 1st dates, which is what we see in Rhode Island, is for a regular period of time where what you would do, even though probationers don't actually, as I understand it, need to get notice under California law, but in a regular period of time, what it does is it allows people, if there's a reduction in force, to try to find other jobs. In a period of time like this, it is what it actually has done nationally is it's actually given us nationally a sense of how draconian the budget cuts are. This is how we can actually count and see that there are 100,000 to 300,000 educators who are about to be laid off, and how draconian that is. So it's in this period of time, because of the draconian nature of the budget cuts, it's actually helped us identify how what a catastrophe we're doing to our kids going forward.
Questions from the committee members on this particular section on looking at notification of probationary employees? Senator Simitian.
We're talking here about the period of time in which folks have the opportunity to teach before they are considered for tenure. Is that where we are in the conversation?
Yes.
All right. 2 years, 4 years. My recollection is the current 2-year standard is...
Senator, we're not proposing to change from 2 years to 3 or 4 years. We leave that alone. It's just the notice that needs to be sent out prior to notifying somebody whether they'll be laid off, but we're not changing the tenure time.
Although that was part of the administration's original
Initially,
proposal.
this is not in our current measure.
Understood.
Right, and this issue is brought up in another bill that's been introduced, the length of time to tenure. This is not. This leaves time to tenure alone. It's the
notice.
The March 15th notice.
All of that being said, as long as we've got these folks here, the question I would like to ask is, what do you think is the appropriate period of time before a local governing board should make its tenure decision?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question,
Sure.
Senator?
I understand everybody's multitasking. The question I have is, what do you think the appropriate period of time is before a local governing board ought to make its tenure decision? We have 2 years. My recollection is we had 3 years back around 1980.
Right, 83.
And that it was then reduced to 2 years as part of a larger sort of global understanding on these issues. We've now had 25 years to take a look and see how that works. So I'm just curious, since what do you think is the right period of time? 2 years, 3 years, 1 year, 5 years?
And to think back over some of the discussion we've had, I was hearing discussions about an impact on the budget, and I want to be clear that the budget process maybe would define the layoff process, but would have nothing to do with this process that we're talking about now, which has to do with, your probationary status. I think, there's certainly always room for discussion. The idea in my mind of giving someone 2 years and the administrator doing active evaluations to look at, the quality of teaching that's occurring and the effectiveness is an appropriate amount of time. Again, I feel that shortening that amount of time by extending from March 15th to June 15th is purely punitive, and the only impact is that a teacher will have less time to look for employment. That's 3 months. You move it to June 15th, schools are out for the summer, then there's no time.
I did respond earlier to another section of the bill that dealt with when RIF notices go out for layoffs, not when noticed for tenure. So that I'll address those comments I made earlier were for that other section. But in response to Senator Simonian's question, I guess having the head of the National Teachers Union here would be interesting, just for the senators to know. What do all the other states do? Is it, is 2 years the earliest? Do other states do 3 years, 4 years? I don't know. Our bill, though, this bill does not address changing that.
Madam Chair, I'm not trying to take the conversation off track. I apologize for that. I thought I could perhaps get a quick sort of 2, 3, or 4 years. I'm curious to know what people think is the right time for it.
And if I can just indicate as well, too, it is 2 years in California, but given that the notice goes out on March 15th, really by default, it's like 18 months. Right. So it's less than 2 years. Ms. Weingarten.
Maryland has actually just done a comprehensive change in both the number of years in terms of tenure, in terms of looking at evaluation, and it's done it in a way that the Maryland EA and the Maryland Federation of Teachers, our local affiliate, have totally and completely endorsed the measure. And I would commend to you, I'm sorry, I say this as humbly as I can, I would commend to you looking at what Maryland did, because even in a period of time, in tough budgetary constraints, what they did was they separated out the issues about the budget versus the issues about teacher quality. And in looking at the tenure issue, and I lived in a state where it was a 3-year issue. The issue in terms of the acquisition of tenure is about what happens in those 2 or 3 years. So if somebody, sir, never shows up in a classroom to help a teacher, it doesn't matter if it's a minute, a month, 6 months, a year, or 3 years. The real issue is that period of time when somebody's a probationary teacher, are they getting the help that they need? And is tenure a standard so that everyone knows and feels confident that if somebody has acquired tenure, they are a good teacher? So the issue is actually what happens during that period of time, not in some ways how long that period of time is. D.C., for example, has had a tenure process for 2 years. And ultimately, even in the contract we just did in D.C., that process, that number of years didn't change. But what has changed is what happens during that period of time. And my fear, and I'm sorry if I sound like a Johnny One Note, my fear is when you take on all of these issues in a budget crisis, at the same exact time as you're stripping out, and I'm not saying the legislature, I understand how bizarre the budget process is in California, and props to all of you for engaging in it. But it is, but what are you going to do during if you say to California residents you are totally overhauling the teacher quality piece? What are you going to do when there's no money for peer assistance, when there's no money for training, when there's no money to actually make that real? And that's the real issue. So what Maryland did was they said, we are actually going to do a bill assuming both good and bad times. And they really focused on evaluation. They elongated the tenure period of time, but they focused on what the tenure process should be.
Could I just add,
okay,
Madam
Mr.
Chair? I've had, as I said earlier, I sit on the Teacher Effectiveness Task Force that Ted Mitchell chairs, and he and I have had many discussions about this issue. Clearly, we have to look at all aspects of what we do in terms of granting licenses and tenure, training, etc. of teachers. That there is no doubt. But the reason I'm opposed to what's happening now is this is tinkering around the edges. If we're really going to fix what needs to be fixed in public education and maintain all that is good, and there is much that is good, then what we need to do is stop talking about getting rid of bad teachers in a vacuum because there was a national article in Newsweek. We have to stop talking about teacher jail in L.A. when, in fact, if you looked at teacher jail in L.A., of those 130 teachers, most have been exonerated already by the police or the district attorney, and it's the school district that's dragging their feet and giving these people back their positions. So I think we need to say no to this and sit down together and talk about and revamp the whole system, from the way in which we incentivize people going into colleges and allowing them out of education programs to how we make the campuses like Markham clean, safe, healthy environments that people want to go into. Harvard did an interactive study, and they found out from teachers that it's not salary that's number one on the list to send teachers to hard-to-staff schools. It's a safe, clean, healthy environment with true administrative backup and support, particularly in terms of student discipline. So, I mean, let's push this aside and really start working together to make a difference and change the education system.
Mr. Duffy, I agree with you in terms of looking at safe campuses, but with all due respect, I don't think this is tinkering. There is a lawsuit once again. It is a civil rights lawsuit. I stood in Watts yesterday. There is nothing tinkering about looking at the impact and the demands and the calls for the educational equality for high poverty, mostly children of color. And that was in Los Angeles with 3 schools. But this lawsuit, this ACLU lawsuit, I've often said this is the canary being sent out into the education mine. This canary is not going to die. This canary is going to sing, and next time it sings, it's going to be singing for more schools in California.
Madam Secretary, I taught at Charles Drew Junior High, right down the block from Markham, and I taught there in the early 80s. This discussion is in a vacuum because the turnover rate at Charles Drew and at Markham is appalling year after year after year because of the fact that these are not safe, clean, healthy environments for students to learn in and for teachers to teach in. And I would suggest that should be a primary focus.
Then you may want to file a lawsuit on that. Secretary Reese.
Yes.
And again, too, I don't want to go through it. Right. We're not going to write the bill in committee. These are issues that are being raised. I want to come to a conclusion on this, on the notification. Senator Simitian, I think your point is very well taken in terms of the question is really about the link to tenure. That's really not the essence here. I was a professor in the Cal State University system. If we look at tenure there, it's actually 7 years. Teacher evaluation in each and every class for each and every quarter. I'm not advocating for 7 years. I do think, though, that 18 months is something that does not, I don't think it's fair for the teacher, first and foremost. I don't think it allows the time for the student to have that quality teacher in front of the classroom, but the length to tenure is not the issue. But it is the date of the probationary notice that's moving it. Okay, final words on this issue, then, Senator Huff, and I'd like to move forward to the next section of the bill. Okay. Anything else on this issue? And I'd like for you to consider, if it is changed, to think about not necessarily a hardcore June 15th, but perhaps 30 days before the end of that specific school year.
Yeah, and we're willing to work with that, and I think we've already said a lot on this issue.
All right. Let's move to the second section. The second major issue, policy issue in this bill, is the question of suspension and dismissal for cause. Now, I am going to say that this issue is not directly related to the ACLU lawsuit, but it is an issue that has been there for quite some time. The rubber room issue, the teacher jail in L.A. I am concerned about due process rights points, and I would like to hear from Secretary Reese or the author of the bill regarding this. Now, let me just point out as well, too, this committee has passed out other legislation. That was a runner bill. And it took some years, and finally this committee did pass it out that looked at, and those are more properly sort of the, we call them like the drug teachers. I mean, teachers that had done something for a cause. I mean, teachers that had done something for a cause. Can you, to some extent, the language in this bill mirrors, sort of brings into conformity somewhat what was done there. Can you address this question?
And I'm going to say that the goals we're hoping to address here, we're certainly open to, if another approach to achieving the goals can be met, we're open to discussing that. But as to the specifics of how this addresses it, I'm going to have Jeannie speak to that.
Can you address this issue? And I'd like to ask as well, too, if it was not actual firing, but suspension without pay rather than firing. I don't know if that would work constitutionally, because I am concerned about the due process issues.
So what we propose, the language in this bill basically allows the district to choose whether or not they maintain the current process for the Commission on Professional Competence.
So that's a choice for the district?
That's a choice. They can maintain the current process.
Collectively bargained, or how?
No, currently it's the a person from the Office of the ALJ, a person selected by the teacher, and a person selected by the district, the principal, basically. And so a district that chooses to maintain that current process may do so, or they can use the same process that is currently used by the community colleges. This does not deny due process at all. The district, though, gets to choose whether or not they want to use the process at community colleges or maintain the current process. So there's nothing in this bill that denies due process.
Let me go ask again the question of to fire and then allow for somebody to do the due process or suspend. I don't know if suspension works either, but could you just address that question?
I think we're open to that. I think we were trying to follow what was in current law, but we're open to whether you call it a suspension or whatever it is. We just felt that under current law, the employee gets paid throughout the entire process, and it can take 2 years, it can take 7 years, like a particular case in LA Unified.
And that's often where districts have said it's not even worth it to try to.
There's no incentive on the employee to get this case adjudicated. This by giving them their retroactive back pay, and so they're exonerated. They get their full pay. They get the whole piece they would have received had none of this happened.
And Secretary Reese, and then let me go to the opposition.
And the goal is, how do we avoid these lengthy delays? And whether it's a delay created by the teacher accused of wrongdoing because they're being paid, or whether it's a delay created by the school district, how do we avoid these lengthy delays that cost money and take time to adjudicate this? So if there's a time limit set, if there's another approach to this which will adjudicate these issues in a more timely fashion so that aren't these lengthy delays, but the goal here was to avoid lengthy delays, in particular avoid them in a way which would incentivize perhaps sometimes the teacher that's been accused of wrongdoing because they're getting paid during this lengthy process. But if there's another way to avoid these lengthy delays so that the appropriate decision can be reached sooner, that's the important goal here.
Let me just ask you this, and I'm glad that you're open to the discussion. I want to remind people this is the first policy discussion, and so I think that's important. With the runner bill, as I recall, the process is suspension without pay, and it allows the employee to post bond. Is that something that you would be looking at, something like that, rather than just fire?
Yeah, again, I say if another approach can be achieved to accomplish the same goal, we're very open to that.
Okay, I want you to take a look at that. Do you have a minute now or no? Just. Well, whatever happens to, I'm going to go ahead and say if the bill moves forward, I reserve the right to pull it back into Education Committee to take a look at this. Let me hear from opposition on this question of the what am I saying? Suspension, firing, due process for cause.
I certainly appreciate, Senator, your discussion around this being the first policy hearing. It's extremely important that this bill have an opportunity to be heard by all of the stakeholders in the education community. The Education Coalition is firmly opposed to this piece of legislation, and we really need to take that time. In terms of this particular provision, I think I think it's appropriate to be questioning due process and how this provision impacts that. That's part of why I was discussing earlier the idea of framing this around a civil rights issue and at the same time removing due process. So what do I mean by removing due process? My understanding of this provision is that now the advisory, when a hearing happens, their recommendation becomes just that, a recommendation, advisory, and not binding on the school district, and that the school district ultimately will make the final decision. That's why we have a discussion about this. Totally changes the process and removes due process rights for teachers. I would like to call up our chief counsel to speak more about this issue.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear from the next witness. And again, too, if you can, again, identify yourself once again.
Yes, I'm Priscilla Winslow, Acting Chief Counsel of the California Teachers Association. Addressing, again, the comments that Ms. Reese raised, suspension without pay is already permitted in the law under certain circumstances. When a teacher is accused, not proven to be, but accused of immoral conduct or persistent refusal to obey the reasonable rules and regulations of the school district, districts can suspend, and I can tell you they frequently do suspend, accusing the teacher of immoral conduct. In fact, I see districts doing this more and more often, so that a variety of transgressions, such as not providing lesson plans, becomes immoral conduct. We think that's an abuse, but that's another topic. The advisory nature of the proposed advisory nature of the termination proceeding is what violates due process. And as I pointed out, I think it's incredibly bad policy because it would shift everything into the courts, and it would lengthen and make these hearings more costly. So it works at cross purposes of good education policy. Posting a bond is a meaningless exercise because all of the bond providers in these cases require the teacher to put up the same amount of bond that their back pay would be. That often means, mortgaging their house if they have a house. It's not a matter of like bail bond where you put 10% down or something like that. The bond that the market out there requires for teachers is exactly their back pay. So there's no point in posting a bond. There's already a bond provision in the teacher dismissal law now. Nobody avails themselves of it because they can't afford it.
Any other thoughts on this issue? And I want to Ms. Weingarten.
So I don't know if it's gotten across the country yet, but New York just closed its rubber rooms. New York City just closed its rubber rooms. My successor in New York City was able to negotiate this with Michael Bloomberg. The union in New York City, I started in 2004 actually trying to get the rubber rooms closed. And so I had done about 8 different agreements with the administration about how to do it. And this last one, which hopefully will work, the big difference was what we saw in the rubber rooms in New York City was that charges were actually not being pressed. And so this new agreement, it's all, and I've given it to Mr. Duffy so that he sees it. What we've seen is that it's not actually, as the counsel for CTA said, there's a lot of things in both your law as well as in the New York State law that should have made these processes both fair and fast. One of the agreements I reached with the city at one point or another, maybe about 10 years ago, was to say that the hearing should only take 60 days from beginning to end. But what they finally did was to say that if the school system doesn't bring charges within 60 days, then the person goes back to a classroom. Because what was happening, and the reason that there was a skyrocketing increase in the numbers of people in the rubber rooms, which we all hated, was that a principal would basically say in a lot of cases, I don't like this person, I don't know what to do, I'm putting her in the rubber room. And so what we're forcing is 360-degree accountability. So I would commend looking that. I will also tell you that we asked Mr. Feinberg, Ken Feinberg, the PAYZAR person who's done the 9/11 cases, in January, I asked him to look at this entire issue and come up with both fair and fast ways that we could then ask districts and locals around the country to adopt, because you want to make sure there's due process and to protect against false allegations. But we can't ever, none of us can sustain the glacial process that has happened. Not you, not us. And so, and those recommendations should be out in a few weeks, and, we will send them to you.
I think the idea of a timeline is
Right.
a very good approach to this.
And I think this is, actually a very healthy discussion. I think we all agree. The rubber room, the teacher jail, and, Mr. Duffy, as you know, I've met some of the teachers in your teacher jail as well. Not yours, but, LA's teacher jail.
Thank you.
In fact, I helped bail you out of jail, as you recall.
Appreciate it, yes. I appreciate that.
That was on a
too.
peaceful civil protest. I made sure he got out of jail.
Can I make one last comment to inject a part of my reality? One of my jobs is to administer our group legal services program at CTA. And so I see a lot of potential dismissal cases. And I can tell you that the majority of potential dismissals, that when a teacher gets a notice of unprofessional conduct or unsatisfactory performance, in the vast majority of those cases, that teacher is counseled out of the profession if those charges are justified. Their union peers work with them and their lawyers to negotiate a resignation and exit agreement. And so I think it's very dangerous to make public policy based on the horror stories that we hear in Newsweek or the LA Times. And I suggest to you that although there are sensational examples of teacher dismissal processes gone awry, that the vast majority of times this system really works because the teachers don't necessarily want to go through a lengthy hearing either, and if they feel that they are going to be fired, they will resign.
Okay, final word on this, Mr. Duffy. Then committee members, we're going to move to the next section.
Two issues. One, having gotten the agreement from Randy Weingarten, I will be pressing Julie Washington, UTLA Elementary Vice President, chair of our negotiating team, with one of our lawyers to take this issue up and deal with it immediately. The other is kind of a rhetorical point, which I think is good for this committee to think about in terms of LA Unified. Now that we know that in certain circumstances, the most egregious, teachers can be suspended without pay, one must ask, why didn't LA Unified do that in a few of the most egregious cases? Was it perhaps for sensational value? I don't know, but that was irreprehensible. And I want to make it clear for UTLA, nobody in UTLA stands up for or agrees to wanting to have a teacher who has done something illegal or immoral in that classroom or on that school site or in the profession.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? But I think the discussion's very promising. I think it's important for us to leave this section in the bill if it moves forward, because it forces us to come back and discuss this. Ms. Weingarten, I'd like to hear how this was done in New York. We want to share this here because it's not fair for anybody. It's not good to the taxpayer. It's not fair for the teacher, the kid in the classroom, and it's ridiculous. A rubber room. I mean, for teachers who are quality, they're in the classroom. If they're not, let's stop jerking everybody around. They should be out of the classroom, but not in a holding tank. Right. Ms. Weingarten, final word.
I mean, look, no one, as Mr. Duffy said, no one wants bad teachers. There are two separate issues here. One, which is the issue about misconduct, and the other is the issue about effectiveness. And I think that, if I could be heard on the issue of effectiveness at one point or another, I think one can solve, and I'd be glad to, Mr. Duffy has it, we'll send you everything that New York City did. But this is an eminently, if it's about timelines and whatever, both sides have to work at it. It's an eminently solvable issue. And it would be of benefit hugely to the taxpayers and to students for us to show a confidence about no one wants to have people sitting around forever doing nothing.
Okay, great. And I'm pleased to hear the conversation taking place in Los Angeles, for example. I applaud you, Mr. Duffy, for being there. I think the strongest way to keep us talking is have vehicles moving and bringing us to the table, respectfully listening to all the dialogue. Let's go to the next major section of the bill. This deals with the RIF notices, quite frankly. The RIF for fiscal reasons. It is the essence, actually, of the latest lawsuit. This is one that I think of all aspects of the bill most deeply concerns me. And it is immediate, Gloria, because we've got tremendous, for everybody, for teacher, but I'm going to put kids first. And those little children that were at Markham Middle yesterday, They were just amazing. Senator Alquist, let me turn to you first, and then I want to hear then the support and the opposition on the question, quite frankly, of number of years of service, first hired or last hired, first fired. That's essentially what we're talking about in this section. And is there any other criteria that should be included when we take a look at that question of, in difficult times, because difficult times happen, in difficult times, how do we make the hard decisions as to which teacher stands in front of children and the disproportionate impact, as Ms. Huffman has indicated, of high poverty minority schools? Ms. Alquist. Senator Alquist.
Thank you very much, Senator Romero. And if you all will bear with me, I have several points. I have been quiet up to now on this issue, and I do have several points I would like to make. The first point is that I come from the position of having been a high school teacher, a K-12 guidance counselor, Cupertino Union School District board member, 8 years, PTA president, parent, and grandparent, Yaya. And in all these roles, I have always put students first, and I'm looking at this legislation in terms of what is best for students statewide. I really don't want to get wrapped up in just what's best for LA. I want to do it for what's best for students statewide. And the product, if it passes on, needs to reflect that. Next thing I would like to say is that I will be voting for the bill today, and basically for one reason, in that it provides flexibility on layoffs. So that is why I'm speaking at this point in time. I have some real issues with other pieces of the bill. Other points have been raised. I do understand this is its first policy committee. I do understand that the author and the administration are willing to work on this bill. So that is why, on the issue of flexibility on layoffs, I'm supportive. Layoffs and rehires not based on seniority, but on performance, teacher reassessment, transfer based on effectiveness. Now, we have been talking about these issues. I was a teacher in the late 60s, a young teacher, a Miss Contaminas way back then. And we were talking about those things back then, and we keep hashing them around, and it's really time. I mean, either we believe that students in low-performing schools who are getting low grades are stupid, which they are not. Some of them are very smart, or we believe that something needs to be done in terms of the process on layoffs. My next point is that there are some areas where the bill needs to be made better, and some areas where it really needs to be narrowed. When I speak to wanting flexibility in layoffs, which I strongly believe in, and I should say, too, here that I am voting for the bill today. I'm not co-authoring it today, and I'm going to kind of look at to see what evolves from this, whether I vote for it in any other place, the committee or the Senate floor. I understand it really isn't going to a probes. That is going directly to the floor. So if that is true, an awful lot would need to happen before it got to the floor. I think there ought to be amendments which add safeguards to the layoff flexibility, such as protection from wholesale removal of teachers reaching retirement or the more expensive teachers. I am 65 years old. I am sensitive to the issue. So the safeguard would be something like, quote, as long as the layoff is not within 18 months of a teacher's retirement, end quote. Second point, protection from removing a teacher on medical leave. So the safeguard would read something like, as long as the layoff is not used for someone on medical leave. A third point, protection from removing a teacher based on union activity. So the safeguard would be something like, as long as the layoff is not to remove someone who is active in their union. It is all right to be a good advocate for what you believe in. I think we do need to deal both with misconduct and effectiveness, because what we are really talking about is student outcome. All children, or 99% of them, come to kindergarten wanting to learn. And something happens during the years in school, for some of them, not all of them, but for some of them, where they start, where truancy becomes an issue, then becomes becoming dropouts, not caring, not wanting to become productive members of society. I could go on, but I won't. Just one last point on tenure. I think it's having been a young teacher many years ago, I think it's in the interest of a young teacher to have a longer tenure period, to talk about real mentoring, because we do understand, one thing we do know is that if a teacher has truly been mentored in a school environment where mentoring is an important thing, they usually become good teachers. So, and something else I'm going to throw out, which will not be popular at all, but I will say whether you're a legislator or a doctor or a teacher, at some point in time later in your work career, someone ought to be looking at what you are doing, because people do not stay the same during the entire length of time. As legislators, we are up for re-election. So I'm not saying what that should be, but I just want to make the point that sometimes in many professions, people do change in their work attitude. So with that, I will stop. And as I said, I will be voting for the bill today. That is not an indication of what I will do in the future.
Thank you, Senator Ahlquist. Let me turn first to the supporters. And Ms. Huffman, I'm going to turn to you, because this essentially was the essence of this being a civil rights issue. And let me just indicate, when I read through the ACLU lawsuit, and I've been briefed by their counsel, we were at Markham Middle yesterday, just amazing to find, for example, students in classes from history to English have had at least 6 to 10 different teachers in the first 4 months of school. The bumping effect, and to a large extent, the principal there talking about, these are oftentimes schools that have been left behind. Don't want to go there. Ms. Huffman, you were very eloquent yesterday in Watts. Can you talk to us about this section of the bill and why the issue of looking at factors, not totally excluding seniority, but looking at factors in addition to seniority, becomes a civil rights issue?
Well, Madam Chair, the NAACP for almost 100 years have fought for equality in all aspects of life, and especially public education. We stand on the notion that if every child has an opportunity, you can't force every child, but if every child has an opportunity for quality education, then perhaps a lot of our other social problems would diminish. You cannot have children in inner city schools year after year after year being afflicted with the problems that we know exist in low-performance schools. When you have a low-performance school that's been a chronic low-performance school for 15 years or more, the students in those classrooms who have many, many substitute teachers who, I was thinking yesterday when I was sitting there and I was looking at the agony of some of the teachers who were expecting to be RIFed or already second year want to be RIFed and whole departments depleted. And I was thinking, boy, many of these kids come from families that are unstable, and then they come to a school that's unstable. They definitely don't have a chance in life if we don't find a way to fix these low-performance schools. I think the teacher is the most critical element in a low-performance school. A good teacher. When you get a teacher, it's been indicated that a lot of those schools are unsafe. Well, that's another issue that we need to take up. But when you go to a place where you find teachers like we did yesterday who want to be there, and then they get going and they do the training and they do everything to start to bring about improvements, and all of a sudden they're RIFed. I mean, it's tragic. It's tragic for the school. It's tragic for the students, and it violates their equal protection under the law, which is the only thing we have going to keep our schools, or to work toward getting our schools equitable, is equal protection under law. What's going on in the RIF system, I'm not a teacher basher, I'm not a seniority basher. What's going on is disadvantaging those children in those low-performance schools that have these subs and new teachers coming in, can't get the older teachers to come in for various reasons, and then when they start to do well, the teachers are RIFed. So that's why.
Let me hear from opposition on this issue. And of course, well, let me go ahead. Hear from opposition.
Yeah, a couple of things. Running through this discussion is an unspoken sentence that goes kind of like, new teachers are good teachers, veteran teachers are bad teachers.
No.
And that's very problematic. As far as looking at how we do RIFs, that's of course based upon evaluations. And I would suggest that, once again, we have the cart before the horse. If we don't change the entire evaluation system and the way in which we recruit teachers and train them throughout their careers, then we're just giving a tool to, in far too many cases, an untrained administrator who, in all likelihood, has very little time to do his or her primary job, which is to help a teacher get better when they need that. So we're not dealing with that issue, and that's important. It's also important to point out, and while I appreciate Senator Alquist's remarks, I don't represent the entire state. I represent Los Angeles Unified, which is a big part of the state. So I'll just look at that issue. In Los Angeles, as you well know, we had the Rodriguez consent decree, which required schools to look at their spending patterns based upon the seniority of teachers, if you will. To get a good, healthy mix of new teachers, mid-career teachers, and veterans. I would change old teachers to veteran teachers. And it worked to a certain degree. The consent decree went away, but the district memorialized in one of their documents that they should continue that policy, and they chose not to. So one has to ask, has this been a crisis in part that has been manufactured? And finally, I'll say that my general counsel just passed me this, that according to subparagraph D of section 44955, it permits employers to deviate from strict seniority and skip over teachers who possess training and experience that are required to teach special course or courses of study. So we do already have that within the body of Ed Code. I would end by saying, you and I disagree, my friend. I think that this is tinkering, and I think you and this committee and my union and CTA and CFT and administrators across the state owe it to the students of this state to do nothing less than transform the entire system from top to bottom, not just evaluations, not just RIFs, but funding. Because we all know the primary problem in education in California is, since Prop 13, we do not have a steady, stable funding source for our schools, and that needs to be addressed too.
Secretary Reese.
Thank you. Well, first, I actually want to say I have tremendous respect for Mr. Duffy and Randy Weingarten. I grew up in New York. I watched you on Bill Maher. I really am a follower of all your leadership, and I have great respect for you both. So the couple of points I do want to address, and one is, yeah, we do need systemic change. Yes, we do need funding. But in addition, while we're waiting and ready to sit at the table to discuss systemic change and economic turnaround and funding and budget changes and rainy day funds and anything else that can help more stable sources of funding, we don't want to lose a generation of kids, particularly in the low-performing schools and particularly in the poor schools. And it was pleasing for me to hear both these important union leaders talk about that they do think that we should allow local districts with local unions to look at things other than seniority, like teacher effectiveness, but be careful how that's done. Unless you leaders change current state law, which says only seniority can be looked at in layoffs, then a local district cannot, there's a limited skipping rights that wouldn't impact these low-performing schools. We're just expanding that and saying, lifting state law that currently says layoffs can be seniority and limited skipping rights, and say, we will respect local union teacher representative leaders to work at a fair system that allows consideration beyond the limited skipping that the current law provides.
Okay, Ms. Weingarten, and then we'll go to Ms. Huffman.
So this is this is, and maybe this is because I've actually lived through the catastrophe in New York City when we fired 15,000 teachers. And it wasn't just first and second and third year teachers. The level and magnitude of layoffs, say in San Francisco, you're talking about 20%. So the issue here is, number one, and I actually feel, and I think you have all watched me in the last 2 years, I feel the same urgency as you do in moving things quickly. And that's why I'm showing and talking about very specific things that we have done in the last 2 years. Because I feel that urgency that Ms. Huff does, and that's from someone who has actually very successfully turned around with Rudy Crew many low-performing schools. We did it in New York City in 1999 and 2000. This is my concern about this piece. Number one, I have not seen in California the effective evaluation system that everybody needs in order to do even something one wants to do. What I hear from places like El Dorado and from places like Markham is that you have very effective principals who are trying to save their staffs and using in a very effective way these kind of arguments. There are lots of other really effective principals in lots of really effective schools that do not have the spotlight shined on them in the same way and would very much like to save essentially all their staffs. And so the problem, the dilemma is, and this is a big dilemma right now, when you have a magnitude of 20%, and frankly, LA and its teachers have actually averted that dilemma for you. San Francisco and its teachers are trying to avert that dilemma for you. LA has already, and its teachers have already sacrificed essentially 2 weeks of pay to create a way. They voted, all of them, senior and junior alike, voted to avert most of the draconian effects of this.
By 80%, I would add.
And San Francisco is trying to do the same thing. So they themselves, senior and junior, have said, we don't want kids to lose out. This is the dilemma. How do you do this? Separate and apart from the skipping rights that you have right now, how do you actually do this? I looked at the bill. I understand the emotion behind it. I talked to the young teacher over there beforehand about it. How do you do this right now? What's going to happen? Who schools win and who schools lose? There are a huge number of kids who are deserving, ELL kids, African American and Latino kids who are deserving in LA and all over the state. How do you do this in a draconian period of time like this in the absence of a real evaluation system? How do you do this? I watched it.
But Ms. Wenger, I agree. That is the issue in terms of looking at evaluation. But I do believe as we move forward, and that's not in this bill, because we are not going to write an evaluation in this bill. I don't think that is the job of the legislature.
But Chair Romero, what I'm saying is that
we need to get to where you're going.
But it is not in the absence. I watched this. I just lived this in Washington, D.C. If you notice, not any other issue I have said to you, I've been very erudite about this. I've lived this in Washington, D.C. this year. This is what happened. The layoffs, which were done in the same way like your law is proposing, the layoffs were done for kids in the worst performing schools, the kids that had a disproportionate number of African American kids, the schools that were the most poor. It did the exact opposite with essentially the same language as you're proposing here. And what we did in the contract was actually curb a lot of those abuses. The Washington, D.C. law, which allows things to be considered other than seniority. What essentially happened was the way they did it was the schools that were working were immunized, and the schools that were not. And essentially what happened was that the kids who need the best teachers the most were hurt the most.
Well, that is why we're here, because I'm going to go put forth and just say, quite frankly, this is about the kids and getting the best quality teacher in that classroom.
What I'm just saying to you is that using virtually the same language, the impact of it was, I understand the emotion,
but the impact of it in a deficit situation was the opposite of what you're trying to achieve.
Ms. Huffman, and then I'm going to go to Senator Wyland, who's actually been very quiet, I must admit, but we'll hear from him soon. Ms. Huffman,
yes, Madam
then
Chair.
Senator Wyland, and then Senator Hancock, and then I'm going to come back to move this forward because we have one other section that I want to get to.
I hear long-term solutions being recommended, and we have lived through long-term solutions, and I hear concern of misuse of the language here. But if you look at what's happening to our urban schools now, we already have that problem, 72% of the teachers being laid off. I mean, we don't have to put a bill into effect to get the effect that we're all here speaking against. As far as the tinkering goes, if tinkering with my community and my children who are being disadvantaged right now, who are failing right now, who go through a whole lifetime of public education and end up can't read, can't write, if that's tinkering, then help me tinker. Because I think we need to find a way to fix this problem. So we're tinkering. We were there yesterday. The risk that's going to come out this year will devastate those schools even more. And sure, I'm here speaking on the UCLA. I mean on the lawsuit, but I'm here representing the state. We have our children across the state. So whatever we do for Los Angeles will affect our children across the state. So I ask you to tinker with us and help us find a solution. We know we can't do all of it right now. We know we can't overhaul the system right now. We've tried that 2 or 3 times. We know there's not funding. We did Prop 98. That didn't seem to help. So I want my people rescued today. I want them rescued this year, not tomorrow, and not after we've had a long research and deliberation, and 2 years from today, my 4th and 3rd year students are still behind, can't compete in the market. Help us tinker.
And Ms. Huffman, that's why I've just got to say, that's why Mother Nature didn't even try to tinker with you and prevent you from getting here today. Senator Wyland, Senator Hancock, Mr. Bramble, and then I'm going to propose something. We're going to move forward.
What a controversial issue. I have followed all of it from my office. I'd like just to make a few comments briefly. One is the attempt, I think, is noble, but therein lies a challenge, and a lot of you have addressed that, and that is to find the best teachers. And in the private sector, let's just take the management area, which is not organized. It's a process which is rewarded if you find the best, because you make more money, you're more successful. And if you're, say you're a law partnership, you want to do well, and you're going to have as a partner, and you're going to bring associates on as partners who are successful. So if you make mistakes and you think, I really like this person, although this person isn't quite as good, and that last client really wasn't too happy, there's a cost there. There's an actual cost. So you have incentives and disincentives. We don't have that. So we have to struggle with this bill. You have to do the best you can, but I think the proponents, and I do support it, but I just want to point out there are challenges. You have to rely on a school system, a district, superintendents, and if it's a big system, way, way, way down, all the way to principals, to make good decisions. And as has been pointed out, sometimes they don't. And this happens in the private sector too. Sometimes someone just doesn't like you. Sometimes you might have a principal that is not what we want, and I think most of the research and most of you would agree, and every good teacher I've ever talked to tells me they couldn't do it without a good principal. But there's some out there that aren't very good. It's what Dick Reardon used to call the dance of the lemons or whatever. He used to talk about principals. And they may not like a hard-charging teacher. So that's something that it's true, you would have to live with. Now, the due process part would help, but it could also hinder, because, and this is something I would put forward to you, pose as a question, not to answer now, but just put forward to have you think about. You can't go to any school or ask any teacher, are there any teachers in your school you wish weren't there? I'm not talking about some gradation. I'm talking about a school with anywhere from a small school to a larger school. And every one of them will tell you, yeah, and they know who they are. Mm-hmm. They say, boy, I was lucky this year. I only got 3 from so-and-so's class. I'm teaching 5th grade. I only got 3 from so-and-so's 4th grade class. Every one of them knows. Our system currently finds no way to get rid of them other than a process which depends, and when I was on a school board, we had one principal who was dedicated to doing it. I don't know how it took hundreds of hours. It would take about 2 years. And the association, understandably, I mean, that's what the association is about, resisted it the whole way. He had to document it. When it was finally done, every teacher would come up and say, thank you, thank you. So what I pose to you, aside from the larger issue of seniority, how do you get rid of the really bad ones? How do you get rid of the one that drives my friend bananas, who happens to be a very talented psychologist, and his daughter takes psychology in the high school, and he goes and volunteers. I mean, he's extremely talented. He's published and all this. Very articulate. Kids would love him. And all the guy does is show movies. What do you do about that? What do you do about that same high school, a very renowned high school, not the ones we're talking about, where my sister, my younger niece, is there, has a terrible time with an English teacher, but she's persistent, goes to the counselor, the vice principal, finally the principal, and the principal says, okay, I'll make you a deal. She shouldn't be there. I've tried and tried and tried. District won't back me up. If you promise not to tell any other parents, because then they'll all want out of that class, I will transfer your daughter. So I'm just raising a side issue, and I think it's a difficult one for the association, and I understand that. And were I in your shoes, I would understand that. So I think 2 things. One is you've got that problem. The other is you are depending upon really good management. And it can be capricious, just like it is in the private sector. The other thing is, with the very first younger teachers, I heard almost an assumption, because they were young, that they were better, or they cared more, and caring was there. And I heard them talking about ESL. We have never, and Madam Chair, you've heard me say this is a travesty. A quarter of our kids come to school, they're ESLs. We do not have, if someone can answer this, I'd love to hear it. I've not yet heard that there is a standard pedagogy, or even 2 or 3, to teach these kids. I mean, my God. I mean, so it's dependent upon someone with a lot of talent, who everyone I've talked to, they figure out a way, and every class is different. There's a different class when you've got 5 different languages. That class is different if you've got mostly Spanish.
Senator Weiland, if we can move forward.
I will wrap it up. I've been waiting patiently. I'm
I know.
not talking about any other bills. Or if you've got a mixture of English-speaking students, that would solve a lot of these problems. So you would be measuring, what you ought to be measuring is, who knows how to teach that? Just quickly, CTE. There's a private sector. I'd like to talk to you, Madam Secretary, about that a little bit. The private sector would love to put that into a lot of schools. It is not tracking kids, which is a separate subject, and it would do a lot to improve reading scores and keep kids in school. And finally, we do have to realize that families do make a difference. They just do. Mm-hmm. And you talk to any teacher, and they will tell you that. I mean, come on. Put one of us in one of those schools. I couldn't do it. I'd be saying, what do I do? So there's a real skill set, and I respect the teachers who know how to do that. There's a real skill set there. But it's a lot easier, which is why those teachers want to go to those easier schools. And we have to figure out ways of helping the families. What we did in our district, because it's heavily Latino, we had a separate organization, Instituto de los Padres, the Parents Institute. And what we did was we brought parents in, and we found that actually spending money with parents gave us a bigger reward. It was a very big reward in the classroom because it helped the teachers. So I support the bill. I recognize, though, that there are real challenges to it.
Senator Hancock.
Could I, 12 seconds?
Let me wait. We can do that because we want to move forward. Senator Hancock. And then we're going to Mr. Bramble, and then I'm going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I actually feel a lot of the ambiguities that were expressed by Senator Weiland. I am, and I do have a question for Ms. Weingarten afterwards, because in listening to the discussion so far on these three major areas, it seems to me that there have been issues raised that are not going to get resolved today. And I will say that these are real issues. I think we need to take them on. But to pass them in an urgency bill, with multiple topics, tangentially related to one another, without having in place what I think is essential, which is a strong evaluation system for teachers and administrators, and adequate teacher support, and adequate principal professional development so they can do the evaluations that would be needed for a more nuanced layoff policy in difficult times than many of them have the capacity to do or the time to do right now, seems to me a very dangerous thing. So I don't feel that I can vote for the bill today unless I hear something that changes my mind. But I do think we need to begin to work on what a tenured decision support system for teachers and administrators would look like, so that we can do it in a very good way. My experience with teachers is that nearly half of them counsel themselves out of the profession I believe it's the first 5 years. Nobody wants to do something that they don't think they're good at. That's why, unfortunately, so many of our kids drop out of school. We haven't been able to give them successful experiences. So how we maximize our ability to do that, I think we need to look at. I was very taken by Ms. Weingarten's discussion of Maryland, where you have a 60-day time frame for resolving terminations for cause. That seems to me to be something that we ought to do and consider in context with other things. And then for me, the most difficult, which is how we do layoffs that may be necessary now. I believe that we're already covered with subject matter, that if you need the teaching of a specific subject matter, that is already a cause for deviating from seniority.
Wasn't it you?
What about keeping the most effective teachers, whether they're young teachers or older teachers, again, in the absence of a real evaluation system? And so I just feel that this is not, that I can't support this bill today because it is going directly to the Senate floor, and if it passed, the Senate floor would be just heard in one more committee, which would be the Assembly Education Committee. And it seems to me that this isn't offering us the opportunities to have a really collaborative process where we fully think through all the issues. But my question, I guess it would be to Ms. Weingarten, but also to CTA. So what would you propose? as a way to deal with these issues, or do you think the issues aren't important and worth dealing with?
Look, I think the issues are important and worth dealing with, obviously. And one of the reasons that I'm here testifying is in terms of the honoring your urgency here. I think that I want to separate out for a second. The Maryland law was a comprehensive law that dealt with a lot of these issues, the New York changes with the New York timetable. There's three ways of answering the question. Number one, there is an urgent, draconian, catastrophic budget crisis that is going to hurt all our kids, absent a change. And that's part of the reason why some of us are trying. I've been running around the country focusing on this. I was in Albuquerque, Providence, San Francisco, and Sacramento in the last several days focusing on the budget crisis and doing everything we can to get federal dollars to all of you to try to solve that, because that, my friends, are going to be much more than whether or not you can keep one or two teachers at Markham. Number two, it is not about simply the individual teacher. And with all due respect to Ms. Hoffman, we make a mistake when we repose 100% responsibility, even in terms of the great teachers, and no authority, voice, or support. And that is part of the dilemma that we are starting to find ourselves in. Number three, there is a way of changing evaluation systems. Things have moved tremendously in the last 2 years, the last 6 months, in fact. There's 20 districts that I know right now who we are supporting in an I-3 to change those things. And I think within the next year or two, you will see a big change, including looking at teacher practice and looking at student learning. And I feel the same urgency as you do, that is pivotal. That is pivotal. And Mr. Weiland is right that teachers all the time talk about the good teachers and who are not, but we need to have a way to do this that is comprehensive and that bootstraps teacher support. And I think that there's a way of doing that can be divorced from this bill, and you can do it in a reflective way. The hardest issue is the issue in terms of what do you do right now in terms of layoffs. And in the biggest district you have, they actually engaged in a lot of self-help themselves, including what Mr. Martinez said today and what Mr. Duffy said. You can do what other districts have done. They have not changed their state laws in the middle of a crisis on this because they don't know what the kind of consequences are, hidden and otherwise. What they have done in lots of districts throughout, New Haven is one, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia is another, is just like they have these targeted laws that allow some skip-outs, they also have some targeted places that they allow some skip-outs. So that Pennsylvania, Philadelphia has something called the Renaissance schools, and there were some schools that were allowed some skip-outs. And you can do, what I mean is, just like you have a law that says that people who are, excuse me,
Oh, skip-outs mean you go over
I'm sorry,
seniority.
I don't have my glasses on.
I have to say rubber room. I never heard that till today.
You deviate from strict seniority and skip over teachers who possess training experience that are required like that. There are some targeted places, like Detroit just did this, in the schools that were identified, certain schools that are identified as both low-performing and changing and turning around. And you can do something in a very targeted, nuanced way. What I'm saying is that when you're talking about 20% of your personnel, like in San Francisco, there is never a way that you're going to immunize schools like El Dorado or Markham in changing a state law.
Okay, final word on this. I have to just say, I didn't understand also why your description of the Washington school system, why the lowest performing schools suffered in what would have been
because what happened was that there is always an issue. So what Washington did is they had the district had the same kind of latitude that you are encouraging right now in terms of layoffs. and the way in which it operated in the same, and they've had this latitude for 7 or 8 years. It didn't actually help create higher performing schools. But in the RIF situation that they did in September and October, what they did was they actually did the opposite of what you're trying to achieve. They immunized the, quote, high-performing schools.
What does that mean, immunized?
Meaning they said there would be no cuts to a school that was effective. And there would be cuts to schools that were viewed as ineffective or not having enough population of kids. And the effect was that the schools that were in the worst shape and the kids who had the most disadvantages were the ones that were hurt the most. And so what I'm just suggesting is, in a situation like that, with the same kind of law that you want to pass, actually had a complete opposite effect of what you're trying to achieve.
Okay, I'm going to move forward. Mr. Bramble, and then I'm going to bring this section to a close. We've got one more that should be very brief, and then we can do our close.
Thank you, Senator. Having spent the last 4 years or so working with teachers and principals in the Sacramento area, I just wanted to bring kind of a picture of what the evaluation process that I see that's occurred there, because I get called into evaluation issues fairly frequently. I've seen teachers who received a negative evaluation essentially for posting their standards on the wrong wall in the classroom, and teachers who receive a negative evaluation based on the fact that there was a kid playing with their pencil on their desk when the principal walked in. To now tie the layoff procedure to an evaluation opens up the ability of a principal, as was discussed earlier, to not only for favoritism but for retaliation. And I talked some about age discrimination, but there's other types of civil rights obstacles, I think, when we move forward with this kind of a change. Consider, for example, a teacher who is advocating for every child in their classroom to have a textbook. Honestly, that can make a principal look bad, that they hadn't ordered their right number of textbooks. It may even result in more work. It may result in retaliation. The concept of trying to accommodate someone who has a disability that can be difficult to accommodate. If you now open up the door for someone to basically be laid off based on a negative evaluation, it opens the door to a host of different discriminatory practices that may come. When a district is given the, I'm not saying that all principals will abuse this power. Absolutely not. Where I'm going with this is, a basic tenet of the union is that an injury to one is an injury to all, and there will be some that do. There will be some that do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just to close on one point. Oh, go ahead.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to bring this section to a close. Let me just say, I think this was a very healthy discussion about evaluations. Ms. Weingarten, thank you for the discussion you've provided to us. We're not finished yet. Don't go away. But in terms of the evaluation, you mentioned there are some 20 other districts. You know what? We can put a man, a woman, we can put people on the moon. We can do evaluations. The University of California, the California State University system, anybody who's taught in higher education, every class, every quarter for up to 7 years. And so it can be done. The challenge is, and I think too, our challenge is, quite frankly, Mr. Duffy, you said we're putting the cart before the horse. We don't even have a horse yet. So there's a lot that we have to do. But once again, the lawsuit propels us and reminds us 50 years after Brown v. Board of Education, we're still here. I think we're all in agreement. We want a quality teacher in the classroom. And so what I'd like to say is we're going to commit ourselves to looking at evaluations. We're going to hustle and make sure we can take a look at and districts are going to decide this themselves. Finally, on the question of seniority itself, because it's not about age, it really is about number of years employment. I believe in affirmative action. I'm a supporter of affirmative action. Remember our President Clinton, mend it but don't end it. Seniority. I believe in seniority. I'm going to say mend it but don't end it. And I think that what this bill is saying, what this language is saying, what this lawsuit is opening up before our very eyes is to say it hasn't worked.
Right.
And the kids that are being affected, and it only comes to light, unfortunately, when there are difficult times, but quite frankly, the difficult times have been lost because in the good times, nobody ever bothered to look. And so we're looking now. And it's not a pretty picture. And I'm going to go ahead and say, when I take a look at public education, this is not just a public works program. This is about an education, field of dreams, where kids go to access the American dream. So it's unfortunate we didn't look during the good times. We just put the kids aside. Now it's like the bill is due. And so yesterday when I stood in Watts, and from East LA, or in affluent communities as well, because you know what? Every kid, I don't care what your income bracket is, every parent, every kid deserves a quality teacher. So I'm going to say seniority, mend it, but don't end it. And I think, you know what? Oh, yes, we can. I think we can figure out a way. It's been a very robust discussion. I think we can go forward. Not final, but the last major section of the bill, this is the part on substitute teachers, on the pay for laid-off teachers that become substitutes. I'm going to go ahead and just say this, Senator Huff. I do share concerns that have been raised on this. I do not want to see this being used as an excuse to take and to substitute a higher paid teacher of quality with a lower paid teacher of quality. So I am concerned about the concerns there. Reverend Eric Lee from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference raised this concern. I'd like to raise the question of that I could accept being the substitute for the first 21 days, but on day 22, if you are still in that classroom, you should have that same rate of pay, because I don't want to just see the supplanting. Would you accept something like that?
Yes, I think it's
all
reasonable.
right. I don't think you had any other choice. Thank you. So that's all I have to say. But any
see
other,
how agreeable I am.
any other comment on this? And then, okay, Secretary Reese. And then what we'll do is, okay, we'll have a few more comments here. But let me get Secretary Reese and then Senator Price.
I would like to comment also.
Okay, and wait, one more. Secretary Reese, Senator Price, and then Mr. Duffy. That's our order.
I just want to bring it around in summation in terms of being clear. Yes, there are draconian cuts seriously impacting education. K through 12, higher ed, college fees are going up. They're impacting health and human service programs. It's horrible. But within the budget cuts in the state of California, our current policy is disproportionately impacting our low-performing schools, our poor schools, and our children of color. That has to change. That's the system that's broken. I agree with Senator Romero. If we can accomplish everything, why can't we accomplish a fair evaluation system? And this bill is doing it in a way where we say to the teachers' unions, it's the other thing that's different about California than other states. We have a powerful, strong teachers' union, statewide, UTLA, powerful unions. We're not dictating how it's done. We're going to you and saying, guys, we're not giving the power to a principal. We're giving the power to our teacher unions to negotiate locally a fair system. But our current system is not working. Our current system within the draconian cuts in districts are seriously disproportionately impacting our poor schools and our children of color and our low-performing schools. And that's what we need to fix.
Senator Price, Mr. Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the author for bringing this bill forward and for the witnesses who have testified on both sides. It's been a very illuminating discussion. Certainly education is important, I think, for all of us, and I think we want to see reforms are important. I supported the race to the top. Because of, I thought, the promise that it had for some real changes and reforms to move forward, I'm not convinced that this bill advances those as well. I certainly am encouraged by the willingness for the author to take amendments and for the give and take discussion that's taking place here. But this is not the place to really thrash out and to negotiate, I think, the bill or the provisions. I'm concerned about the due process issues that have been raised before. Certainly, quality education is a civil right, but we don't want to trample due process rights, even for teachers, even for bad teachers, I'm afraid. I think we need to work in a more collaborative way with the education community. I think, again, there's been a willingness, it appears, to have some movement on some of the issues, very important issues that were raised. I can't accept the bill, though, as it's presently presented. I'm encouraged by the willingness to discuss. Hopefully, we'll see some additional changes by the time it does get to the floor, and I can be in a more affirmative position. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Duffy, Senator Liu, and then I'm going to close on this.
I would ask, courtesy of the chair, I'm going to take just a moment to mention a couple of things, and I would like to give a moment to Ms. Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers. First off, I'd like to thank Senator Weiland for the remarks he made about the difficult job that teachers and health and human service professionals go through in doing our work. And I would urge this committee in its thinking, and everyone else, and the chair knows I've said this publicly and privately. I've lost some hair over it, and we'll probably lose some more. Unless teachers are included in a meaningful way in these dialogues, then no reform that this committee or this House or any other comes up with is going to be meaningful or lasting. Let me point to the Teacher Effectiveness Task Force in Los Angeles. We had very few teachers there by design. We had some union representatives, but very few classroom teachers, again, by design. And I would like to point out that a full month before the recommendations came out, school board members and senior staff from the district were up here lobbying people on this bill. So where is the collaboration between the legislature, the district, and the practitioners and the schools in the field to bring meaningful change? And I'll say it one more time, and then I would like to turn it over to Randy. If you don't start including teachers and other education professionals in this dialogue and thereby helping to craft a new change for public education, then we are just going down the same old road in the same old direction, and we will get lost once again. Thank you.
And I agree
Randy?
with you, I was going to say Senator Duffy.
Thank you for the raise. I appreciate
Mr. Duffy, but if we don't go down this road successfully, I will guarantee you the courts will do it for us. Ms. Weingarten.
So, I don't, first off, I'm very grateful, and I thank you for the opportunity to be before you.
And we are honored to have you here today. I know you have a busy schedule,
So I'm really thankful.
We were very grateful when we learned you were going to be in town, so thank you for being here.
My pleasure. And look, I understand your aspiration. I was a school teacher for 6 years, and I taught only black and brown kids, and my kids did extraordinary. And I see them all the time now. I taught in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, in a tough school. We do this work because we love kids, whether we are 52 years old and have been at it for 30 years or whether we are 22 years old. I ask you to not pass the bill for a bunch of reasons. I think there are a bunch of things in your current law that may help. One of the councils just showed me something that may actually help this, where it says for the purposes of maintaining or achieving compliance with constitutional requirements related to equal protection of laws, you can also do a skip out. And so in terms of the urgency, you might be able to do things in terms of Markham or El Dorado or things like that. But my point is this. Nobody likes the status quo. I understand the urgency. The budget cuts have hurt our schools more than anything I can express. Fighting against them would be the best way to maintain our commitment to civil rights. Having said that, we will work with you in every single way to change evaluation systems, to actually change, to make tenure a more efficient and effective way. I urge you to look at what happened in Maryland, which we supported as well. I urge you not to go down this route because I think the unintended consequences are going to be even more draconian. And I urge you not to go down this route because I think that if we can do things like ABC and Poway and others have done in a collaborative way, and what UTLA is now doing in a collaborative way, that will be more of a safety net for our kids. Thank you very much.
Senator Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to commend you and the process here about holding this very important conversation. There is so much work to be done, and I'm glad to see that we have stakeholders at the table. I can't support the bill today for the reasons that Randy Weingarten had just illustrated. It needs to be done. Something needs to be done very quickly. I would agree, but because we have kids that are being affected by the teacher policies that we have on the record. But this has not been a collaborative process, and teachers need to be in the room to talk about their profession and how we can all work together in this very complicated system. So, I do agree that we do need to move forward to look at the rules and regulations, but to look at evaluation, to look at teacher profession and how we develop our teachers. And, I think the budget crisis that we're in really is an incentive for us to look at look at our practices. And I do believe there is enough will in this place that we can resolve these issues in a manner which would be more inclusive than fighting with each other. So with that, Madam Chair, I just going to pass this time.
All right.
Thank you.
And let me just ask again to Senator Huff, are county offices included in this?
Yes.
Okay, yes, they are. Okay, so then we will go ahead to amend it to acknowledge this. And let me just go through the various amendments that I believe the author has accepted. Number 1, to suspend without pay and to allow employees to post bond. We've included that section. Is that correct? Okay, yes. To align the date for non-tenure notice to 30 days before the end of school, or to work with some of that language. Right. Okay, yes. To allow laid-off teachers who substitute teach to get their old pay on day 22 forward. And then, of course, the county offices as well. Okay, let me go ahead and say, I want to thank everybody. Well, let me have Senator Huff close before the chair makes a final comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank you for your skillful guiding us through a process. It has been a spirited debate, and I do appreciate everybody, both for and against the issue, sharing your concerns. And certainly we've vetted this better than just about anything this year. And I understand that some of the members are concerned about the lack of collaboration or lack of discussion, but in many ways, this is nothing new. We've been struggling with the performance in our schools for some time. We all deal with this in different ways up here with many of the bills that come before us. This happens to be one that is looking a very big picture and making some moves that many of us would say are overdue for some time. We have some excellent schools. We have excellent teachers. Unfortunately, we have some underperforming schools, and we also have some underperforming teachers. So how do we keep the quality teachers in the classrooms that are going to make a difference in our children's lives? I mean, when we were hearing the testimony early on, I found myself getting a little emotional as we're talking about the schools and the children and stuff. And you guys know me as a senator that's not real emotional, and yet I think our education and the bonds we formed with those teachers when we were young do touch us all. We all remember back to the time when it was something that was very meaningful, but not every child has that experience. And I can't imagine that. I enjoyed school. I loved school. It was a place to go. It was a happy place, even with 37, 38 kids in the classroom. No offense, we want to keep it lower than that. But it hasn't always been as low as it is now. But it was a fun place to be. It was a learning experience. And I was frankly in one of the underperforming schools, but it was a whole new world for me. It's not that way for everybody, but that's the experience we want to create for people. So it's frustrating when you see a Harvard-educated teacher, and many of them are attorneys, trying to make a difference that gets pink slipped not once but twice because the system weights who we keep by how long they've been. Mr. Duffy commented that there's no studies really showing that our current system doesn't work. There are studies that show that one of them shows like after 3 years that the performance of it goes up, up to that point, and then it kind of flatlines. There's other studies that, this was one from 2004, there's other studies that show similar. There's one study that shows a gradual incline up to about 10 years and then a gradual decline. But regardless, that's not even about it here. It's about the principals, the local districts, having the ability to make a decision on who they keep or who they let go based on their performance. It's not going to be perfect because we're humans. We're not perfect. but what we have is not working. And that's why we've got to look at this a little bit differently. One comment was that the principals were getting punity. Frankly, they have no incentive to get rid of good performing teachers. Particularly in our lowest performing schools, the principal himself can get the boot, right? That's some of the changes that we've made. So there's every incentive for the principal, as we are holding teachers and schools more accountable, they have every incentive to keep their highest performing teachers. And frankly, it's not just budget crisis driving this. We all know we have over half of our schools in declining enrollment. That is creating difficult decisions at school levels. And don't we want to keep our best teachers in that process as well? This budget crisis will be over. Our declining enrollment may not. But if we adopt the tools that help schools excel, that will be assisting in that area as well. One of the attorneys was saying that this process may be illegal. I would remind you that the chair talked about it a little bit, but our community colleges have been doing this since 1971. This process mirrors what we've had in place since 1971 at our community colleges. Have we had a problem with that? No. And we won't have a problem if we adopt this for the elementary school either. One opponent says this bill erases hard-fought employee rights for our teachers. I don't know about you. The teachers need rights. I get that, but I'm here for the students. We can't leave the students behind in the process. So it does have to be a collaboration. It has to work on the rights of the teachers, but it absolutely has to be about the education and the excellence of education for our children. So I just want to say, let's reframe this. This is about the children. I vote for them, and I ask for your aye vote.
Any other discussion or debate? Senator Simitian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first ask a couple of process questions and raise a couple of concerns, see where we might be headed here. This is an ambitious effort. It's been in print for, I think, a week and a day. And I'm curious, Madam Chair, and perhaps the question is best addressed to the author, because this is a non-fiscal item, there's no need for the bill to move out of committee today to comply with our mid-May deadlines for non-fiscal bills. Also, if I remember the rules correctly, because it's an urgency measure and has a 2/3 vote requirement, I believe that means that the ordinary rules with respect to deadlines and dates do not apply. And so I guess the question I would ask after giving a slightly broader hint is it really appropriate to move the bill forward today given the pretty ambitious content of the bill? The chair and the witnesses and the author participated in I think, a very helpful debate and discussion that illuminates both some of the strengths as well, if I may say so, some of the weaknesses of the bill. I understand sense of urgency. I share it for those who've watched for 25 years or longer as our system continues to struggle with some of these same issues. But this is a piece of work that has to very deftly balance legitimate competing interests, and I'm not sure that's all that well done with a first effort that's been in print for 8 days, in a first committee hearing 3.5 months into the year, when we don't need to move it forward today in order to respect our deadlines. I think it's likely to be a better effort, a better product, and perhaps a product more capable of developing consensus if there is more time and if there's more engagement by folks who would have a legitimate interest in the outcome. These issues are not new to me. I rarely spend time here in committee sharing my personal history on education issues, but I think in this particular case it's probably useful and relevant. I spent 8 years on a school board. I voted on granting tenure. I saw what happens when people don't take the evaluation responsibility seriously or simply are not well trained to do it. I also saw what happened when we didn't have real standards in place to provide tenure. I must tell you that one of the wonderful things about school boards and school districts is that they are marvelously grassroots and engaging in terms of community and parent participation, but that also makes them among the most political of organizations I've ever served in, and that is both a strength and a weakness, quite frankly, in terms of some of the processes that we've talked about today. I think there is substantial room for progress in these areas, but if it is done wrong, there will be unintended consequences that the kids that we care about, will bear the burden of in the years ahead. So after being a school board member, I practiced school law for 4 years. I think you know, Mr. Huff, I chaired the Budget Subcommittee on Education and Finance for 4 years. That was one of those be careful what you wish for, you just might get it assignments. Spent 5 years now with many of my colleagues here on this committee. I think you're on to some important tasks, important challenges, but I don't think we're going to be able to give it the kind of careful attention that this balance requires. So my question is, given the fact that it's an urgency bill and a non-fiscal bill, does it make sense to keep the bill in committee and bring it back yet again with the many amendments that are in it as a result of the give and take today and see what we've got? Now, I'm guessing this is going to be wildly unpopular with almost everybody because we've got a group of people who want to see the bill die today. We've got another group of people who want to say, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. But I'm sitting here having to make a judgment as one of 9 members on this committee. And I'm saying to myself, important topics, but not yet ready for prime time, and I mean no disrespect by saying that.
I'd like to move. As amended. It would have to be as amended.
I'm going to take that as a disagreement with my point of view on the subject.
Not really, because I think there's a long road ahead.
Yeah, there is.
And I just think we need to start down that road.
And Senator Simitian, I share the concerns that you have. As chair of the committee, I'm going to indicate that that I reserve the right to bring this back to committee. I'm going to signal a willingness to work with the chair. I want this. My hope would be that we could have a bipartisan measure. I do think that we are on a road on which we have been for too long. And my visit once again in Watts yesterday morning, reminds me that it's the urgency is now. The urgency is urgent. There is a long road to go forth, and I imagine it's going to be a while before you even get to 27 votes. And I might imagine that maybe at some point that urgency is stripped. Although the urgency, the essence, the spirit of the urgency is real. I also want to indicate that there are other members of this body that are genuinely interested. I'd like to give a lot of thanks and credit to Senator Steinberg, who has a very strong interest in this issue. And, there may be other measures that come forward. And I welcome them. And I will work with anybody who wants to take on this issue and to have some good resolution to this issue. So I do not think it's the time to wait. I think it sends a negative message to not only the courts but to our students. I do also want to encourage as well that it should be a collaborative process. And in that collaborative process, in addition to UTLA and AFT and CTA and all the others, I also want to see the NAACP. And I want to see 100 Black Men. And I want to see the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And I want to see the ACLU. So a collaborative process is going to mean a collaborative process. I value excellence. I think, yes, we can. I look forward to us moving forward. And Secretary, call the roll.
Romero?
Aye.
Romero, aye. Huff?
Aye.
Huff, aye. Alquist?
Aye.
Alquist, aye. Hancock?
No.
Hancock, no. Lou? No. Lou, no. Maldonado? Aye. Maldonado, aye. Price?
No.
Price, no. Simitian?
No.
Simitian, no. Wyland?
Aye.
Wyland, aye.
Do you have all members?
Yeah, 5-4.
Okay, 5, everybody's here, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's out.
5-4, that measures out.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members.
And let me thank everybody for being here. I know people talked about it as being emotional. I think this went beyond emotion. I think it was very substantive. Very substantive on the parts of the opponents and the proponents. This is the first committee. It's the first hearing. We do have a long road ahead, and I'd like to thank everybody for being here. And we continue with the dialogue and the conversation. Thank you all very much for being here. Okay, Senator Huff.
If you're going to go down the agenda.
Well, let's see. Well, we had assured Senator Padilla that we would take him up right away. So I want to honor that pledge to Senator Padilla. He is file item 21. Senator Padilla, please step forward.
I'm sure he's happy he was right.
Welcome, Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've already presented 1255 before the recess. If I can now present SB 14.
One moment as well, excuse me. Members, we have 8 more bills to go. We've got to be out of this room probably 1:15-ish, 1:20-ish. If we have to come back, we'll come back in the evening. We have a room reserved. We'll let you know at the end of the time. Let me just ask committee, we did not receive any opposition, or have we received late opposition? No opposition? Okay, so that's Senator Padilla, I think you've done tremendous work on this. I like the way that you've amended the bill. Just very succinctly state the vision, and then, of course, we'll always make room for our Senator Scott and everybody else, but especially our Senator Scott.
And allow me to be relatively succinct, because I think this is actually a tremendous follow-up to the conversation about the Senator Huff bill. Not only do I want to present what this bill does, but a little bit of context here. This bill, the intent of this bill is to improve the pathways for students that are currently in our community college system to transfer to our four-year universities. Context, our economy depends on it. We know that increasingly the growth sectors of the economy, meaning the future jobs that will keep California economically competitive, require either AA degrees, if not bachelor degrees, or higher levels of educational attainment. Fact number 2, 73% of the students in higher education in the state of California are in our community colleges. We just had a conversation about education reform at the K-12 level. We're talking about the students that got it right. We're not talking about the students that dropped out. We're talking about students that have finished their high school education and are now in higher education. We know that for all those students in our community colleges, those who say, we're at our community college to take some coursework, and my goal is to transfer to a four-year university and earn my bachelor's degree, only about 25% actually do. So even at the higher education level, there's a significant bottleneck for a number of reasons. That's what we're trying to address here. Chancellor Scott, Chancellor Reed from the community colleges and CSU, respectively, have been working together and working with my office, and I think we have a pretty remarkable bill before you. And I want to thank the chair for her support and that of staff in bringing this bill forward. What SB 1440 would do specifically would be to mandate that the California community colleges create an AA degree for transfer to the CSU system with specific areas of emphasis: a transfer degree in biology, a transfer degree in law, a transfer degree in whatever it might be. Number 2, it would guarantee admission to CSU, and that admission would be with the status of a junior for community college students that meet these specified requirements. Number 3, it would preclude the California community colleges from requiring additional coursework that may not be germane to the specific area of emphasis and the specific goal of transfer. And 4th, it would assure that transfer students will graduate with 120 semester units or 180 quarter units, with the exception of certain majors. By doing this, we make the system more efficient for the students in their educational path, more efficient for the community college system, which would save money and increase capacity to serve more students. It would save money and increase capacity for the CSU system so that they can serve more students. The challenges from a capacity standpoint have been systemic for years at the community college system, now more than ever, given enrollment caps, given increased fees, given the state budgetary challenges. The timing couldn't be better for taking this bold step. With me today are Jack Scott from the Chancellor of our California Community College System, Michelle Siqueiros from the Campaign for College Opportunity, and Karen Samarripa from the Office of the Chancellor of the CSU. And I would ask for your support on this measure.
Senator Padilla, let me just make sure that you're going to accept the amendments, the technical and clarifying, and require the LAO report on the outcomes of implementation.
Yes, I accept those as
And I'd like to also join you in authoring the measure.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, I want to say that I think that this direction is much stronger, and I look forward to us moving it forward. Chancellor Scott, you're always welcome.
Well,
imagine what you're thinking as you're sitting out there in that row watching us.
Well, one thing I was thinking is that I was glad you were there, not me. But you did a superb job in handling a most difficult subject. But it's really great to be here in front of you, and because I believe this is a momentous bill, and I want to thank Senator Padilla for carrying it. There was an article that came out this morning in the Los Angeles Times, and I'll just read briefly from it since it quoted me. It says, Senate Bill 1440 would give community college students a pathway to Cal State University, provide more individuals with baccalaureate degrees, and help students enter the workforce sooner. It is in the best interest of students, of colleges, and universities, and of the state of California. It will save, we think, around $160 million because it will make it so much easier now for students to transfer to CSU. Presently, students graduate who transfer from the community college to CSU graduate with 162 units. That's far too many. And if we would make some kind of way in which they could get through more quickly, we could handle more of those students who are now really, frankly, knocking on the doors of community colleges and knocking on the doors of CSU, and they're being denied admittance. This is for the students. This is what this is all about. It's something that I have cared deeply about for many years, and I'm thrilled now that it's been brought to fruition. And I want to compliment not only Senator Padilla, but also the fact that I work closely with Chancellor Charles Reed of the CSU system, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Second witness.
Karen Zamarripa, representing the California State University, and Chancellor Reed. I'm not going to even begin to repeat what Senator and Chancellor Scott has indicated. We support this bill. We think it's historic. It is focused on students, and we believe it would be a tremendous reform and improvement at a tough time in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. All other witnesses, me too.
Madam Chair, thank you for your support. Campaign for College Opportunity, sponsor of this bill, strongly urge you to join us in making history as the first in my family to go to college. I think this is a perfect opportunity to make sure we streamline the pathway. Next week will be the 50th anniversary of the Master Plan for Higher Education. It was always intended that we would have a clear pathway for students to transfer from our two-year colleges to our four-year universities. This absolutely makes it happen. I urge you to support it. We need to move away from the hundreds of college-by-college articulation agreements and do what's right for students by guaranteeing them a pathway to a CSU, recognizing them in terms of junior status, giving them an Associate of Arts degree.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap this up because we're into the Me Too portion.
Thank you.
We've had two speakers.
And more importantly, really preparing our economy.
Thank you very much.
so
Next
much.
speaker, identify yourself.
Yes, Reed Milburn with the Student Senate for California Community Colleges, representing the almost 3 million students in our community college system. Good morning, committee members. We're really excited as students to see this streamlining,
right?
And we support
Thank
it.
You.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't want conversation right now. It's just identify yourself, your organization, and you're in support.
Mira Girton on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce in support. Thank you.
Jane Patton, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. Support if amended. We'd like to work with the author. Thank you.
Thank you.
Olga Delia Ramirez.